facilitate. Will you have another one as well or not? Okay. Good. It is 9:15, so let's start. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the session. I assume there will be some more people trickling in. I think there's a women's breakfast, so I'm glad that we have some ladies in the room, not still stuck at the breakfast. But my name is Riaan Coetzee. I'm from the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa. We are involved in driving the hydrogen commercialization in South Africa, providing some thought leadership, developing the commercialization plan, building the ecosystem, do project development funding, put some funding partnerships in place, and hopefully funding some of these projects as well. So we have quite our topic today is all about finance, a very important aspect, because we know we have sun and we have wind, and we have engineering capabilities in South Africa. But one of the very important cost factors is the cost of capital. And quite often we've seen that actually drives the allocation of resources globally. So it's a very important aspect. Not only is it a catalyst for getting projects going, but it's also a huge enabler in order to build our competitiveness in the sector. So we have, how are we going to structure the panel discussion? We're going to have each panel member to give a 2-minute introduction, introducing themselves and more or less saying what their organizations do. And then hopefully we'll have some questions. I will then pose some questions in terms of the specific topic at hand. So, Sebastian, I'm going to start on my left. So you were well positioned to be right at the end. Good, over to you.
I knew this was probably the wrong spot to sit. There we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian Siri. I'm with Climate Fund Managers. Climate Fund Manager, well, my role is head of green hydrogen. So as you then understand, Climate Fund Managers is taking a keen interest in this new market. We were incubated in around 2015 at the, I like to call it, at the coffee machine of FMO, the Dutch Development Bank, out of a sense of something's got to give to really get project finance to work, especially in developing markets. So a couple of ingredients came up. One of them was climate finance, which was quite new at the time. And the other was blended finance. And we molded that into what Climate Fund Managers is doing today. We manage climate-centric funds focused on infrastructure, climate infrastructure that is. Fund 1 is around $1 billion, focused on renewable energy, so solar, wind and hydro projects across developing countries. So we have an office here in Africa, here in Cape Town. And in Singapore we cover Asia and then Latin America from Bogota. That fund is fully operational, almost fully invested. And then Fund 2 is water, sanitation and oceans. Still in fundraising mode, but getting close to another $1 billion. Investing in water, wastewater treatment projects, waste to energy projects, also oceans. We did a Debt for Nature swap earlier this year, very exciting. And again, as I started off with, we are now raising Fund 3. I'll tell more about Fund 3 later, but Fund 3 has the green hydrogen focus. Thanks.
Go.
Please go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, colleagues, and I think for IDC for inviting us to be on this important panel. My name is Baqqala Dabale. I'm a program leader for Sustainable Development and Infrastructure of the World Bank, covering the Southern Africa. Green hydrogen and clean hydrogen in general is a very important agenda, of course. And it's also very pleasing to see forums like this, where the various stakeholders share ideas, identify opportunities, collaborate, and do matchmaking in terms of the advancing the green hydrogen economy. As a World Bank, we do engage very actively in this space globally. I'll be happy to share some of those elements in my next round. But also in South Africa. When we do engage, we engage in a very systemic way, both in terms of the convening element, working with all the partners, supporting the creation and facilitating the enabling environment, and second on the broader knowledge generation and technical assistance, and third and finally on financing. So these are areas where we very much actively engage, and I'll be happy to talk to each one of them. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Shahid Ali, and I'm from the Development Bank of South Africa. We involved in early stage infrastructure financing. So two core divisions. We operate as we operate like a commercial bank from one of our divisions, and we do lending to the normal for infrastructure projects. But crucially, and we distinguish ourselves as a bank, is that we also offer development financing, and typically in the bank build feasibility stage. So green hydrogen is one of the sectors we cover. So generally we cover all sectors, the roads, rails, port, energy, water. Jurisdiction includes South Africa, rest of Africa as well. In particular, the green hydrogen space, we know is quite a challenging space. Riaan has mentioned the financing parts of it. And I think what's crucial to mention here is that the partnerships are important. The partnerships are crucial. So it's not a development bank play only. It's a development bank. It's a fund play, but it's also looking at private sector involvement. The minister mentioned yesterday the private sector involvement, absolutely crucial. But in addition to that, it's the private sector financing part also that becomes more important. And we'll touch on that as we go along. And I think we're not seeing commercial banks too much in the space at the moment. But I think we're looking at how we view that as well at the point in time. So it's still early stages for commercial banks, and the question to us, I guess, is how do we plan structure so that we can attract the commercial banks to such projects? Thank you.
Hi, morning everyone. Good to see everyone here, and I'm liking the excitement and enthusiasm for the topic. So I'm Reiner Verster. I'm based in Johannesburg with KfW IPEX Bank. So KfW is German federal state-owned bank, but IPEX is a subsidiary, and very strangely it's a commercial bank sitting in a DFI. So it's always difficult to explain to everyone what exactly we do. But we basically act as a commercial lender, providing commercial financing, unlike our counterparts in the development bank side of the business, they're basically a promotional bank. And we also have DEG. DEG is focused on the private side with an emerging market mandate. So already within our organization, we have a number of different areas focusing on different things. So at the risk of alienating some of our French investment community, I can't help but use an analogy here for the development of the green hydrogen industry, and specifically on the financing side, using our rugby team as an example. So, I mean, firstly, the challenge is massive, and we need to be honest about that. It's no mean feat to get a green hydrogen project over the line, but we should not be daunted by it, and we should also realize that it's a team effort. It's DFIs, it's multilaterals, it's equity players, it's project developers, it's government. So there's a lot of stakeholders, and they each have a role to play, and each role is different, and each role is as important as the next, and the project won't succeed if everyone is not aligned and working together. We've got to realize that there'll be setbacks. We must learn from those setbacks. We must apply those learnings to develop and to get better and to fix the problems. We need to be creative. We need to work smart, find innovative solutions. We need to charge down conversion kicks. So I think we need to be smart about it. And I think we also need to plan and strategize. I think that's quite an important element. You know, before even the first whistle has been blown, there's a lot of planning and development and thinking and design that goes into green hydrogen projects before we start running in a particular direction. And then I think it's important to see that there needs to be an enabling environment. So, I mean, that's a critical first step. So, you know, that's clarity on government policy, that's a legal regulatory framework, set of global standards, government support mechanisms closing the gap between cost of production and a commercial price point. So I think a lot of things need to be put in place, you know, before we even really get going. And then, of course, the DFIs, multilaterals come in, there's grant funding, there's concessional lending, and so on. And then that needs to basically crowd in the commercial lenders. I'm coming from a commercial background, and a lot of people are blaming the commercial lenders. Where are they in the room? Why aren't they out there putting funds on the table? But of course, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to create bankable projects, really, before we move on. So that's my analogy for the day. I think in conclusion, I would say if we were to have a brand of green hydrogen, I'd like to call it green and gold hydrogen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Benji Mutibedi. Unlike my fellow Pelonists, I'm not a banker. I'm not here out of my own free will. So if I raise my hand, please help. I am from Hive Hydrogen, South Africa. We are involved in the development of the green ammonia project in Kucha for export purposes. Your typical project have got 4 phases. It's your development phase, your financing phase, your construction phase, and your operating phase. So I'm really here to talk about your first phase, your development phase, because part of my responsibility as a director on Hive Hydrogen is not only looking after the regulatory and the legal aspects, but I'm also looking after the capital raise, both for project preparation and for equity later on. So, and I have to be careful what I say because I've got non-binding offers from most of the panelists here. So, but I'm really here to come and talk about just the practical aspects, the practical challenges involved in raising project preparation funding. Some call it DevEx funding. Thanks.
Thank you. Keep the mic there, Benji. I think let's start off with you because you are facing the financiers. You are almost on the other side of the table, and while we're focusing on the project prep side, give us a sense of your experience. What you think can the financial sector do in order to enable quicker support to some of these very risky and ambitious projects?
Thanks, Rian. I think context is very important. One of the things you quickly learn when you want to go to talk to the financiers is that bankability is key, right? Even when a project preparation phase, you still have to think about, is the whole project bankable, right? And this thing takes 3 to 5 years. So you have to think through the value chain up to the offtake segment. So the first thing that you come across is just your commercial model, right? So lenders, as you know, like working with precedent, you know, especially in the new industry. Not because they can't deal with a new industry. It's just that it's a lot easier, a lot more efficient to get a group of lenders, group of investors, congregating around a structure they can understand, they can relate to. So what we're finding in this space is that the only precedent that one can look for is around the LNG or the offshore wind. With offshore wind, we're not really familiar with. So the first thing you get confronted with is the LNG commercial model, which really basically three. It's your integrated model for the structure. I'll come back to that. Or it's your separate model, or it's your tolling model. So integrated simply means you've got all your molecules and all your electrons in one SPV, right? So you have to decide, do you go that route or do you go with a segregated model where you simply have your renewables and your molecules in separate SPV and get a PPA, right? So, and talking to the lawyers and the bankers from London, as I do all the time, you quickly realize that it makes sense to have an integrated model, right? Now, the first challenge with that is that the costs are massive. They run into billions of dollars, right? So the World Bank will tell you that for project preparation funding, it's roughly between 5 and 10% of your whole capex. So that gives you a sense of the scale, right? So the first thing you're faced with is just the complexity that you face with, the complexity, the size of doing all this. So you now have to go and say, I'm developing both the molecules and the electrons. I need this ticket. So the first challenge you face with, okay, that's fine. We'll give you 50% of what you need, right? You now have to come up with the other 50%. So that's the first challenge. So that therefore means that you need the project sponsor to have deep pockets. Right? That's just your first challenge that you do that, because otherwise you won't be able to fund that, which is understandable. The second biggest challenge that you have is the offtake. Right? So the first question you have to answer is where's your offtake? Now, if you think about it, it's very difficult to roughly, you'll need between 15 and 20 years, right, to be bankable, depending on what senior debt you're going to be raising and over what period of time you're going to be financing that. So that's the first challenge. It's between 15 and 20 years, right? So when you're dealing with the off-takers, you are going to be laying off significant risks to them, right? First, it's your volume risk that you're going to pass to them. It's the price risk that you're going to be passing to them, right? So, and once you start doing that, you need credit-worthy off-takers, right? So at least BBB upwards. That's what you need. Not only do they have to have it, but they have to maintain it over a period of time. So they will naturally be reluctant to give you that. So by the time you ask for project development, you don't have a guaranteed off-taker. And as everybody knows, that's your first challenge. If you don't have an off-taker, how is this going to be bankable? And so that's just one practical thing that one has to look at. And very often, which leads to the third thing is there is no market out there, and that's why the issue around price, around volume, it's a big issue for them. But also issue around price. This is a market where the commodity is not traded. There's no price transparency. There's not government support for this. Any government support you're going to find is naturally going to be from the buyer side, so in an off-take market. So you have to wait for that to happen if the CFDs comes into place, right? So those are some of the challenges that the lenders need to be aware of, that very often when we come for project development funding, those things are not going to be there. Just one last thing I want to touch on is just the process of a DD itself, right? So you have to go through a DD. So there are different processes for that, different terms, different expectations around the returns that each developer is looking for. So there has to, I guess, come to a point where there has to be standardization around this and some sort of an aggregator There's been talk of either having a global or a regional fund with a lot simpler, a lot quicker approval processes, because currently you're going through different processes internally depending on which DFI you're dealing with. So that's really some of the challenges we're facing.
Yeah, a huge challenge. And Sebastian, perhaps I can just ask you, you are developing blended finance structures to assist these project developers. Perhaps give us a sense of your experience in the green hydrogen space, as well as your plans in terms of and the model that you utilize in this regard.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Rian. I explained in the introduction, so what we do is we raise blended finance funds. You might have heard of blended finance coming in at project level. We actually did that at fund level for our first two funds. So essentially, well, blended finance, people hear it all the time, but actually what is it, right? There are many different forms and shapes. It is, in a way, highly structured to get it right. It starts with the key components, which are different types of funders, right? So you have your donors or development financiers, who typically are governments. So donor investors into our funds include the European Commission, a Green Climate Fund, Nordic Development Fund, Dutch government. And then you have a second batch is DFIs, which we all know, and then pure commercial capital, institutional capital, which could be pension funds or insurance companies and the likes. Now, the last bunch will not come in with high risk, as you say, Benji. It's very difficult to crowd in commercial capital with all the risks that characterize infrastructure, especially in its infancy stage. So by putting blended finance into place and structuring a development or donor tranche in what we did, we put in a development fund and a development tranche, and then put in two other tranches, two commercial tranches behind these development tranches. That creates some kind of buffer, or in finance lingo, a first loss, which you can imagine creates a bit more comfort for commercial investors. So that's how we set up our funds. They have different tranches, and tranche 1 and 2 are the donor tranches, and tranche 2 and 3 are more commercial. Now, how does that then work in practice? And then I'll get to green hydrogen in a bit. Is donor investors are not interested in returns. They don't care about the return, an IRR or a multiple. They want to see impact and an additionality. Or, to put it more in a simple way, they want to see more projects take off in the space that they're interested in. So that can be renewable energy or water, and in this case, green hydrogen. But it is important to get that right, to set up a project in a way that it lends itself to access donor capital, have the right impact, have the right, let's say, strategy in terms of environmental and social matters, which is obviously imperative. Now, fortunately, these are interwoven with infrastructure projects nowadays, as it is with green hydrogen. I think with green hydrogen today, even more so than we saw in Fund 1 and 2, we don't have all the answers. I think we're all recognizing and hearing the same, that we don't know what the offtake is going to look like exactly. We don't know exactly what the regulations are. The technologies also, and people are still arm wrestling around which electrolyzers they're going to use. And in a way, we just need to accept that. And that is what blended finance can do, is plant seeds and start to invest the donor capital, early stage, risk-tolerant capital, which is patient, if you like, but in such a way that it will progress projects and actually start providing those answers. Right? If you don't do the feasibility, I know that Benji is in the middle of it, and if you don't progress your feed, you won't get those answers. You won't get to an offtake. You won't get to the technology answer, and then end up with IPEX and telling them, well, actually, my project is bankable now. So I think my concluding note would be blended finance is a key, an important key, maybe not the key, but an important one to unlocking the green hydrogen industry. So yeah, that's our raison d'être, to make sure that we put in place a similar structure for this space. And I'm sure that we can play a meaningful role in South Africa, Namibia and beyond.
No, thank you, Sebastian. I mean, the importance of grant funding and to blend these funds to bring the cost of capital down is key, as is the building of the ecosystem. And it's therefore, Bekele, I would love to hear a bit your thoughts around the World Bank's experience in green hydrogen, but also you are thinking broader than just the projects. You think of the ports. You know, we want to export, and you've done some work in terms of ports in South Africa around green hydrogen. Perhaps give us some feedback on that.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of people have already said about the nascent nature of the green hydrogen. There's nothing special about green hydrogen or the fact that this is a new technology. The world has been dealing with new technologies, but this one has also a global public good element, especially as it relates to addressing the climate issues. And therefore, the reason to be able to mobilize some of the grant resources and enable the blended finance that Sebastian just talked about. For us, I think, as I mentioned earlier, we've got these three interlinked approach when we deal with the with anything that is of development, but in this case, more so. On the enabling, on the convening side of things, it is important just simply because this is a nascent technology. There's not an established, harmonized rules and regulations, standards, and certification, and providing that enabling environment overall is critical. And in this space, we do actively engage, and in fact, as at the COP27, there was this establishment of a Hydrogen for Development Partnership that now has grown in membership to about 36 or so. And in this space, what we do is we work with all the partners and really facilitate that enabling environment for countries and developers as well as the financiers, such that when everybody talks about clean hydrogen, what that actually means. How do you certify these things? How do you make it easy for countries and partners to trade? The second element is on the knowledge side of things. And I think in that space also it's very important to do an objective assessment of what are the opportunities and risks. Everybody talked about, of course, the whole opportunities as well as also the huge risks. But there are also pockets of opportunities that actually make things work. And I'm always reminded of the solar PV story. If you looked back 15, 20 years ago or more, and I think we all have to appreciate the investment that had happened in Spain and Germany in particular to advance that technology. And only when China engaged at a scale that only China can do, it became a household. And the price, literally, the cost of PV significantly reduced. And I think that is the kind of engagement and the kind of commitment that would be needed to make this green hydrogen also a household. And everybody talks about the possibility that the cost is going to come down in 2030s. And of course, the cost can only come down if the learning curve and the technological advancement goes ahead, and that also requires investment. And so action has to happen, and over time for the cost to come down. In this space, so in that knowledge, we do at national, regional, and global level, and in fact, with OECD and the Hydrogen Council and the Green Infrastructure Facility, we're publishing a new flagship report for COP28 in terms of how do you mobilize resources to bridge that financing gap for clean hydrogen. So please be on the lookout, and if you wanted to get an advanced version, happy to share close to the COP event. The third element is on the financing, and I think a lot have talked about this blended financing and the cost of capital, and I think we all need to be fully aware that, I mean, of course, we all know that the cost of capital has significantly increased of late, and money is, unfortunately, or flowing back to, especially for those of us that are engaged in an emerging market and developing economies, money is going back to the US and Western Europe for various reasons, and the Inflation Reduction Act, various policies and incentives that have been put in place in Europe, Canada, and many other developed economies is depleting resources. I think that could be supporting development of this in many of the emerging economies. And that means that there are risks, and those risks need to be de-risked in the engagements that we have in developing countries. So in this space, we're actually financing, we've already approved financing of green hydrogen, clean hydrogen in several countries, including India, about $1.5 billion. Chile, and in the process of working with Mauritania and Brazil. And a lot of these things are in the broader green hydrogen ecosystem, including the enabling environment, the shared infrastructure development, and enabling countries to be able to actively participate in the development of and benefiting from the green hydrogen economy. And just maybe lastly, in South Africa also, we're supporting a pre-feasibility study of green hydrogen in two ports, Saldanha Bay and Bokobai. And the early finding is that, of course, technically these things are feasible and viable, and for green hydrogen and green ammonia export. Simply because of the risks that many of you have already highlighted. The key recommendation out of that is that yes, while both spaces are viable for green hydrogen and green ammonia export, the phasing approach would be what we recommend, starting with Saldanha Bay, where you have port infrastructure that is already in place. The possibly also a captive user, ArcelorMittal's green steel, and of course Bokobai also has a much larger opportunity potential in terms of space and as a bunker fuel going forward, come 2030 and so. So in total, the opportunities are there, the potential is there, and in terms of de-risking, a phased approach would be what came out as part of the pre-feasibility study, and we're also going into possibly a feasibility study for Saldanha Bay going forward. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. I think if one talk the funding of green hydrogen, one should never neglect the need for public finance and the need for infrastructure investments and some support, I think, from tax and subsidy point of view. Given our fiscal constraint, it's very difficult. But let's move and put on our commercial hat, Reino, and let's talk a bit about export credit agencies, the role that that type of funding can play for project developers, and how they can position themselves to utilize this. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So for those of you who don't know, export credit agencies, basically most countries in the world will have an export credit agency. Here in South Africa, we have the ECIC. But basically, export credit agencies are there to promote the exports of their home country. It works somewhat like an insurance company providing guarantees and insurance products to support exporters in the host country. So basically, they do charge a premium. This is not completely like a sort of a grant. They charge a premium, and then they basically take the risk, typically political risk, but sometimes some commercial risk of a project, which is linked to where that project is based. So the sovereign risk of the country in which the project is based will lead to an element in the margin of the financing to account for that risk. And what these export credit agencies are doing is they're taking out that piece of the margin and making the finance essentially cheaper. But importantly, not only cheaper, they are also enabling banks to provide longer tenors. So, I mean, some of the ECAs do provide direct financing to projects, but that's not their primary role. Their primary role is to de-risk projects. So what they're doing is providing these guarantee insurance products, which are making financing cheaper for banks like ourselves. We do a lot of ECA financing, especially I would say on the continent, because as you know, sovereign ratings are quite high. So we need to bring those risks down, and that's a way that we can unlock some of that commercial funding, because that's exactly what we're talking about, is that commercial funding is sitting on the sidelines. We need some way to unlock that, and especially with infrastructure projects, trying to get those longer tenors. So you're talking about what can project developers do really to position themselves for ECA financing. And when we're talking about the green hydrogen industry, I mean, obviously we want to in the long term create local capacity, local manufacturing capacity for electrolyzers and for renewables and so on. But we've got to be honest of about where we are at the moment. A lot of projects are going to be importing a lot of equipment from Europe, the Far East, and so on. And that import component is what can be financed with ECA cover, Export Credit Agency covered finance. And so that is an important component. It's obviously it's within a mix of a lot of other components, blended finance, grants, concessional lending, and so on. But this is a way we can bring in commercial lenders on fairly attractive rates. So, you will get a better than commercial rate, although it's not, let's say, concessional. You will get better commercial rates on longer tenors. Plus, there is the added advantage that ECAs, and certainly I know from our background, the OECD-affiliated ECAs have fairly high standards in terms of ESG. So there's basically an extra set of eyes on a project, looking at the ESG elements and making sure that projects truly are sustainable. We're an Equator Principle Bank. We follow the SDGs, subscribe to the Paris Agreement. So, it works well for us as well, because we're very aligned with the ECAs typically, and we're working a lot with the European ECAs. So I think that's an important component in the financing mix. But even more so now for green hydrogen, in July this year, there was an amendment. There's something called the OECD consensus. It's basically like a gentleman's agreement between ECAs. They didn't want it to be a sort of a race to the bottom, so to speak, on the terms that could be offered on the financing. They wanted, exporters to still compete on price and quality, and not just the terms. So they sort of set certain parameters around that, on premiums, on tenor and so on. But they got together recently and basically said for green projects, and they've extended it now. I think it was originally only sort of for renewables, and it was quite a narrow scope. They've now extended it to green hydrogen, green ammonia, and basically sustainable projects, that they want to extend the tenors. So basically it used to be 18 years, now it'll be 22 years. Benji was talking there about these long-term offtake agreements and trying to match it, with long-term funding. So I think that's an important development. They've also made concessions on the way that the financing terms, so the flexibility on the repayment terms, which allows for some degree of sculpting for the reality of the way projects are working in the revenues, especially when we're talking about project finance. So for me, I think we've got to see it that it's still commercial financing, but you've got a de-risking product coming in, which can really enable that financing and unlock it to complement the rest of the financing mix.
Great, thanks. Shahid, the DBSA is a valued partner and sister institution of the IDC, and you are involved in project development or project preparation funding, and most of the project developers in the audience is actually in that phase now, where this is actually a priority. And I always say project finance is kind of, you mitigate every risk. When you do project prep or project development funding, you still need to develop the mitigants almost. So it's a very difficult part and a risky part of the funding. Tell us a bit what the DBSA is doing and your experience in green hydrogen, and some advice to the project developers.
Thanks, Rian. I did mention I'm not taking difficult questions, and that's exactly where you went. So interesting. So I think, crucially, I'm going to go back to Benji as well. I think it's a real example and real life from a developer's perspective. But also you've got to understand the full ecosystem as well. So DBSA, we do offer development funding. So we look at early stage bankable feasibility studies. I'm going to link back to the World Bank in terms of pre-fees. I think all of that becomes important. So it's not one component at a point in time. You've got to look at it in the full value chain from a financing and development perspective as well. What we offer typically is we'll offer part funding for bankable feasibility, but Benji is right. It's with a view that the project is going to be bankable. And I'll touch on the key components and why it's a bit more challenging, particularly in green hydrogen. But what we do is, so we offer the funding, and this is crucial. The principles we work on is we recover funding when you reach financial close. Now, why this statement is important is that we take risk. We take massive risk during the development phase. If your project proves not to be feasible, it's a loss that we take. So understand that statement in the context of multiple projects coming through. And also understand that even though we are a development bank, we still have to be sustainable. So that's also a crucial part of it. So when you look at projects, you've got to look at all those issues as well in that context. So if you look at Benji's project, if you start off, and this is what we look at as well, so due diligence is important like any other project. But it's not only the financing part, it's also understanding the partners in the project, the technical skills that you've got. It's looking at the depth. So when we start looking at these projects, it's a different components that we look at. So one is the financing that you require, and the hydrogen is different. The numbers are staggering. Even at prep stage, the numbers are massive. This is not CapEx. We're not even talking CapEx. Numbers are huge. So what it means is that necessarily so, it's not a development bank only. It's going back to the points made earlier. Then you look at a development phase already, crowding in funding from whether it's concessional funding, it's development funding, it's grant funding. All of that makes a big difference. So if you are looking at developing this project, all those elements at development phase becomes important. So the partnerships become important as well. The private sector, and this is the expertise that we look at. So if you look at the key components, there's positives on this as well. So we've done renewable energy. Anyone involved in renewable energy project would know when you first started this project, massive risk aversion to those projects. Why? Because lots of unknowns. So renewable energy, it was new to our country, but unknown to us. So if you look at the way we approach it, massive risk aversion. But if you look at where we are now, mature markets, we don't think twice about funding those projects. But that's exactly where we are with green hydrogen as well. And the advantage of this is that the energy source production, the renewable energy, we actually know how it works. We know how it works well. We know how to structure that. It's now looking at the other components. But crucial to this and success of this is what Benji mentioned as well, and I think the other panelists mentioned, is the market. So you don't really have a market, but you actually go into committees, and you go into board committees, investment committees, and you're saying, well, I'm providing funding here. And the question is, okay, so what's the flow through? So yes, we development bank, but development bank is with the view that you make it bankable. So where's your market for this? And that becomes a bit more tricky. But it's not impossible, and that's a good example. If you look at Green Seal as an example. So some of it may be self-contained, a project that feeds into an offtake already. Those are good examples because they actually start showing, well, there is at least a start in terms of market. But also you've got commitments. If you look at international commitments, and there's two ways to look at the international commitments. The one is we hear statements, and I think Japan has made a lot of statements in the media in terms of potential offtakes. Europe as well, different countries in Europe, offtakes. Those are all statements. You can't bank those as yet. And that becomes more crucial. So when you take it back to developer stage, it's all those considerations that we take into account. So again, and this is not all doom and gloom. I think it's positives. It's identifying where the issues lie, and then it's like looking at project finance. So how best can you mitigate it? How best can you manage it? And it's all the parties coming together. The pre-fees, I said I'll pick that point up. That's important. So when you start looking at these projects, so we look at it from post-pre-fees. So if you know there's a financer doing the pre-feasibility, there must already be a discussion with the people who are looking at finding the bankable feasibility. It's the flow-through. These are not in blocks. You've got to look at it as a continuous chain if you want the project to succeed. And that's where the partnership comes in. If I look at the electrolyzers, absolutely. Still grappling in terms of technology. But we know these electrolyzers, that we know production plants are there. It's the scale. Scale becomes the important issue. There's a water element as well. But if you put all of that together, and again, it's not only the project. If you look at, and I'm going to bring it home, but infrastructure investment. So when we look at Benji's projects, it's not about Benji's project alone. So what is Benji going to do at the output of his plant? A local market is an export market. What does it need to get to that point? So the port projects are important. Then you start looking at Transnet ports. Did I say Transnet ports? And it's not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of work to be done. But our ports do work. It's about looking at it from that perspective as well. So you can't look at these projects in isolation and just think, okay, you're funding this, given the numbers involved, and then things will happen. It's looking at the full value chain, looking at the infrastructure, whether it's road, it's potentially a rail, the port side of it. And again, the private sector side becomes important. So if you look at Buchoba is a good example. Good sponsors, good drivers behind that. It's the infrastructure side of it. So it's kind of looking at a project and saying, okay, so as government entities, where's our role in this value chain? It's not always necessarily that you're in the project. So a part of it will be in the project. But you've got to anticipate what you require to actually export, as an example. So then port development becomes important. So have you had discussion with Transnet? Are they part of this discussion? They must be. What do they require? Do they need some infrastructure development for this? So it's a full look-through. And then if you look at the fund, so Sebastian, so we've been working at IDC, with CFM, at looking at the fund and how this fund can play a role as well. So the funding is not only, we've got to look at funding from a perspective that it's not purely on a commercial basis or even development. It goes beyond that. It goes to infrastructure required as well. So if you look at this project and you want these to actually succeed, that must be the value chain. And it's actually getting all the partners together and start working a bit more closely together. Thank you, Rian.
No, thank you. And I must say, if I can put in some aspects in terms of where IDC also play in terms of project development, is we realize that even on project development phase, one need to start syndicating. And therefore, you'll find that there's a large number of players actually playing a role in the early stage. What IDC is doing as an industrial bank, commercial or development bank, is actually to negotiate an equity stake effectively through our project development funding, so that we can actually become part of the steering committees, part of the problem solving within the company. And it helps a lot quite often if you have then kind of an institutional investor as a shareholder in this project, even a small role, because you then can facilitate in some of the ecosystem problems that need to be solved around a project. So let me stop with that advert that I've put in there. So I would love to hear some comments from the audience or anybody that want to make some points. Please just put up your hands. We have another 10 minutes left. So please, I see you and then the hand at the back. Is there anybody else? So let's take these two questions. Over to you. Just identify yourself, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Innocent Angura. I'm an environmental researcher and scientist from Namibia. Yeah, thanks for the insight. My interest is on the sort of confidence from the financier or financial providers on green hydrogen project. As some of the panelists had rightfully said, we know already, even in terms of some of the renewable energy projects, already for the longest time there's been hesitation to sort of fund those on a large scale. What's the difference now with green hydrogen? What makes it different from that? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Innocent. There was a hand at the back. Can you just pass the mic, please?
Hi, everyone, and thank you to the panel. A really informative discussion. My name is Lee Ann. I'm from the Center for Environmental Rights. Well, I'm really interested in the role of PFIs, IFIs in environmental protection and social protections very early on in the project financing stage. You've spoken about water impacts and port infrastructure, all kinds of things. And I think, community organizations often feel they're consulted very late in the process and not any meaningful consultation at all. So I'm very interested in what you think about that, because I think an enabling environment includes having proper, meaningful consultation with communities. Thanks.
Thanks, Leanne. Any further questions? Please.
Thanks very much. I'd just like the panel's opinion on how much the clamber globally for blue ammonia is restricting funding for hydrogen green ammonia.
Good. Can I ask you to respond to the confidence question? Anybody wants to talk about the confidence of DFIs towards green hydrogen? Can we just have that mic back? Yeah, thank you.
So maybe I want to take the question on the social and environmental impacts. So maybe let me start there. I think it's absolutely crucial. So when you look at assessing the project, and I think that's also important from Benji's perspective or any developer. So those are key elements that we look at. So it's not a consultation post. It's part of the approval process. So when you look at approving any type of funding for a project, there is an assessment already on environmental issues, on social issues. And very importantly, if you look at, I will use renewable energy. So if you look at that structure, there were community trusts. So good intentions, there was impact under that, but you learn from it as well. You could actually do better than that. So those elements are crucial. So environmental, so as a DBS, we've got specialists within the bank that actually look at those components. You've got somebody who specializes in social, because somebody is specialized in environmental. So when you take a transaction through, all those components are looked at and assessed. Then when you look at the due diligence, that's why Benji is complaining about the timeline. But it's a reality. You have to do you have to do that as well. So it's not just looking at the commercial part of it. The social becomes very important. Environmental, absolutely crucial. If you look at where DBSA is, what we subscribe to, our participation in COP, the commitment we've already given, and I think it goes across all DFIs. I'm not only speaking for DBSA. So those are absolutely crucial components. So they are just as part of the process. If the question is to what extent and at what point in time, so as part of the funding conditions, that's ingrained in the funding conditions as well. And when you do the due diligence, all those reports have to be produced as well. And when I say the specialists are involved, it's people who are dedicated only to that. And their assessment is quite sometimes brutal, but very honest. And that's a key consideration for us. I'm going to give you an example, maybe, Rian, just a little bit in terms of our commitment and confidence levels. So DBSA is already looking at about 4 projects. In fact, as I said here now, we've got a board credit committee that we're presenting one of our transactions for financing, and hopefully we get that through as well. So we're actually at the point where one of the projects we're already dispersing development funding. The other one is being presented to the board as we speak today. And we've got 2 more, or actually 3 more that we are looking at different stages. So in terms of confidence and commitment is absolutely there. It's about getting the approval is one thing. It's a follow-through that becomes more important. And we get asked the same questions, by the way. So you're asking for this money, and then where's the bankability? It's addressing in context as well. So if we didn't have the confidence level, we would never be playing the space at all. But again, it also helps to break down the components. There's the energy source, which we're very familiar with. So it's kind of looking at all that and seeing what the potential is. The market aspect becomes a bit more tricky, but it's, as a DFI, we show the confidence in strength that we do believe. But it's not only export markets. As DBSA, we look at the internal market as well. And when I mentioned the infrastructure, so as part of this process, it's not purely a commercial also. It's infrastructure development, which is our core mandate, that goes along with this as well.
Yeah. Thanks. Anybody else want to add?
Just let me take one questions on the environment and social, as well as also on the market confidence, just to add few elements. And I think, yes, as part of the due diligence, there is a requirement in fulfilling some of those activities, making sure that the proper environmental and social impact assessments are done a priori, and there is also an action plan built into it. But of course, one needs to make sure that this is not done for the purpose of just box-ticking exercise, and needs to be done in such a way that the operators and investors have the social license to operate. And I think by now we've all really appreciated and recognized the importance of having communities where these things are placed, and the fact that it is important that they own, that they actually see themselves in the value of this whole investment, and therefore that box ticking exercise is not going to take us anywhere. So it's, I think, just the seriousness of making sure that it is done properly and also followed through throughout the process of implementation. And on the confidence, again, I think there is a confidence of the financiers, but it's also, I think, with our eyes open. It's not, there are risks, and those risks need to be mitigated. And especially when we're dealing with some countries that don't necessarily have a deep physical space, it is very important to make sure that there is indeed an off-taker. And that clarity of that line of sight from where you're supporting the development of an ecosystem and an enabling environment all the way through an off-taker, a guaranteed off-taker. Because the worst that one can do is you support a country to develop that, and then the market condition changes, having invested a significant chunk of their physical resources and allocating land and so on and so forth, and are left with holding the bag, and that would be really, really a bad thing. So I think that partnership and making sure that you see through that line of sight and be able to connect the dots is critically important for the success of all of this. And maybe just on one liner on the competition between the blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. I mean, I think, of course, there's a resource allocation, the amount of money that goes into blue would obviously mean that there's also a lack of investment on the other. But I think for reality purposes, these two will be going hand in hand for some time. So I think it needs to be seen case by case basis. And one needs to be more or less technology agnostic, but we all know that come 2040, 2050, what holds in terms of the green vis-a-vis the blue hydrogen. Thanks.
Good. Benji, please. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so please.
Just a quick one, just to confirm that the engagement, for instance, with DBSA, in addition to legally, financially, commercially viable, one of the requirements is environmentally viable. And part of that definition is us having to comply with DBSA's socially and environmentally and to safeguard standards, right, which have been accredited with the Climate Fund and the global environmental. So it is a requirement. So, and it's coming at a project preparation stage.
Good. I would like to, you want to say something more? Good.
Just maybe one more comment. So what will give us more confidence, and I'm seeing some familiar faces in the room, is if we get more grant funding. Thanks, Chair.
We need to keep on lobbying that point. I agree fully. So thank you to the panel for a very interesting discussion. I think it's one that we need to continue, so please engage with us outside this room. And thank you for joining us in this panel discussion. So I close the session. Thanks.
Just over here. Sitting or standing? Yeah, standing. Right. Thank you. It's always too short. I think we are looking like that. I know. Doesn't matter which way, huh? So must I just take a picture? Yeah, exactly. This is after. My surname is McRyan. That's very kind. Thank you. And yeah. So it's very. very excited. Well, now we are very busy jogging one province into one direction. Yes. Yeah, we have, in South Africa, I mean, I'm really not basically here, I'm not from South Africa. Yeah, so, Germany. Yeah, so I'm here since over 20 years now, living next to him. And the challenging politicians, just run ahead and create so much good. And we are just everybody. So there's like I just wanted to find out also you are not only fighting, of course, but also fighting other and mining media. What I mean with rehab is, I'm not sure if you are aware, but in South Africa we have one of the 5 big priority programs is cannabis and hemp. And using hemp is an amazing way of rehabilitating the soil. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is freaking amazing. Sorry. Yeah. But if you go, I mean, I learned in the last 7 years or so a lot about cannabis, and specifically the industrial hemp side. And better mines are, of course, in terms of mining communities, we need to find alternatives for them in terms of income and so on. So one of the ideas is to use, for example, hemp as a regenerator to regenerate the soil, and then use the crop to for industrial. I mean, you can, for example, the automotive industry, you can make everything out of plastic. Everything out of plastic you can make out of hemp. Yeah, that's unbelievable. I'm involved in another project where we are doing natural fiber reinforcement preforms for the automotive industry made out of hemp. And so there is a huge value chain in different sectors actually around hemp, industrial hemp. Yeah, and I was just in terms of climate and everything, this has a lot to do. Okay. Yes. Okay. But you are looking into it. It's super. Yeah. I mean, it is super interesting. I was also really smitten. I mean, you can actually build a 100 square meter house out of hempcrete by planting 1 hectare of hemp, which grows basically 90 days or 3 months. And with the biomass of that crop, you build your house. 1 hectare, and it's 1 hectare, 1 house, and it is carbon negative. So I'm absolutely smitten. I'm like, every time I discover something new, and I'm like, yeah, I know. But you see, this is the problem here. We have in 2018 we got the first law around cannabis. I read through it. I was absolutely obvious that there is no opportunity for any community to participate because they were focusing on export and medical cannabis. That's an investment of at least 25 million rand to get to adhere to everything you need to adhere to when it comes to regulations. This excludes the majority of people. This is only investors from the outside or capital, yeah. So we then said, no, we are not benefiting anybody with this. So let us focus on the industrial side. And we are working closely, so in November we are going to do industrial trials in Germany with a technology partner there. And yeah, so we are hoping to get this going. It would be. Thank you so much. Nice chatting to you. Yes, have a lovely day. Yes, thank you. Bye.
Hi.
Hi, Janita. Yes, we've been in. Nice to meet you. Live.
I saw him this morning. Yeah, I also saw him.
We converge in different forums.
Many countries.
Many synergies.
But you some questions.
Yeah, I hope he didn't even give me the answer, so I have to dig it up.
This one.
So it's not fully right?
So we'll just respond to the questions. Yeah. I may not be able to remember.
Okay.
We handled your session because there were no grants.
No, cool.
Can we do a photo with the panelists?
Yes, yeah, certainly.
Wasn't it early this morning?
It was not in the morning because we still had some problems checking out. So it was packing and it was checking out.
We were trying to picture.
7 a.m. Very nice to meet you, and thanks a lot for organizing for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Where do we?
We want to take a photo.
You should be in the center.
stand in the center.
Okay. But you're going to block the board. Branding.
Everybody in that.
A little bit closer in the middle, please.
No, in any order.
Like this.
Okay, this is nice and intimate. And if you want to, please move this way. So good morning.
Sorry, this is being streamed, so it needs to be with microphones, please.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so good afternoon. Welcome. Please join us towards the center so that we can have a interactive discussion, and I can see if there's any hands raised for questions to the panelists. So to begin the proceedings, I'm Kasia Fabiukas. I'm the CEO of Freeport Saldanha, so one of the special economic zones in South Africa, located in and around the port of Saldanha. Welcome to our session on future steel. It's an honor to be the moderator today with this august panel, and I'm looking forward to the engagement.
So we don't have any presentations. This will be a discussion. I have a few questions to the panelists. There's no opening remarks. We thought rather let's have the question and answer, and if there are questions from the audience after the first round of set questions, then we can go to the next round of questions. But to begin and set the theme for today's session, I will do an introduction, and then I will also do a short introduction of all the panelists here today. So South Africa is Africa's second largest steel producer, with annual output of 4.4 million tons. The sector's contribution to the country's GDP is notably with a 15% share, having a strategic importance to supply materials to key domestic and export markets, including automotive, construction, and mining. The current demand for steel in South Africa is projected to quadruple by 2050, implying a significant growth in production capacity. Although South Africa is a large steel producer, it became a net importer beginning of 2020, notably driven by the recent shutdown of more than 1 million tons production capacity. Presently, South African steel production accounts for 3% of the country's total greenhouse gas emissions, and it has a higher carbon intensity, 4.1 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel. For instance, the intensity is nearly 4 times higher than the average in the EU. Approximately 60% of steel production in South Africa is based on fossil fuel using blast furnaces, basic oxygen furnaces. The remaining 40% is produced in electric arc furnaces using scrap metal, predominantly powered by fossil fuel-derived electricity. The industry's reliance on coal as the main input fuel for heating and electricity generation is a significant obstacle for South Africa to realize its climate goals. To reduce carbon dioxide emissions, energy must be supplied from low carbon sources and used more efficiently. There has been the development of the Steel and Metal Fabrication Master Plan, which the IDC is well familiar with, and that was published in June 2021. And it follows a value chain approach from extraction of raw materials to the final consumption of steel products. And it aims for long-term growth of the steel sector, combined with an objective for the industry to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. The development of skilled jobs, research and development, as well as the contribution to the greening of the broader economy, for instance, through the development of infrastructures, will be key measures for this growth. Now, over the last day or two, much has been said also on the Hydrogen Strategy Roadmap, which was published in 2021. And I'm looking forward to the submission of the Green Hydrogen Commercialization Strategy tomorrow at Cabinet. The public participation started last year, and there was robust discussion within the public domain on the commercialization strategy here in South Africa. So it will set the path forward to broaden really the scope and, if I can say, complement the Hydrogen Society roadmap in a way that it really deals with the market forces and policy measures, as well as regulatory measures that South Africa as a whole can offer to the industry and to the commercial take-up of the green hydrogen in industry across the board. Now, to get to our member, our panel members here today, I would, and I have it here, so I would like to introduce Ms. Umisha Naidu from the IDC. She's currently responsible for industry planning and development in the mining, metals, and related sectors, including steel at the IDC. The role entails leading the development and implementation of industry development plans aligned to industrial policy. And prior to this, she was director at the DTIC, involved in policy and strategy development for the primary minerals processing sector. And prior to that, she has also worked, sorry, I believe it's Dr. Naidu, apologies, worked at the Department of Science and Technology, managing mining and metallurgy technology development projects. She also has experience directly in the SA platinum mining industry sector, from a technical role involved in R&D and strategic process development projects. Dr. Naidu obtained a PhD from the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University in 2002. The research focused on the separation of platinum group metals for industrial applications in the SA mining industry. Thank you, Dr. Naidu. And here, right next to me, oops, sorry, apologies. Mr. Joseph Cordinier from the OECD. And works in the Environment Directorate within the Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization team. He supports the development of policies and instruments to help scale up a pipeline of bankable projects for the decarbonization of the industry in emerging economies. And together with his colleague, who's an industry leader in the team, he has co-authored a framework for industry's net zero transition, as well as a study on green hydrogen opportunities for emerging and developing economies. Welcome. Nice to have you here. And so, here on my right is Mr. Juan Pablo de Villa, I hope I pronounced that correctly, from UNIDO, who is a Senior Industrial Development Officer and has been with UNIDO since 2008, where he leads technical assistance projects related to green hydrogen in developing countries, and has over 18 years of experience in designing, implementing, and monitoring national, regional, and international technical assistance programs and partnerships. He has expertise in quality infrastructure, competitiveness, innovation, and climate technologies. He began his professional career as a manufacturing engineer in the automotive industry in a multinational in the private sector, and then transitioned to the public sector, where he held various positions, including Director of Industrial Development and Director of Foreign Investment in Northern Mexico. Juan Pablo holds a degree in mechanical engineering from ITESM. I don't know the full naming of that, and a master's degree in technological innovation from Centrale Suplebic in France, and has completed executive courses on blockchain technologies, business innovations, and clean energy solutions from MIT, and he's also a lead author for the ISO 9001. Thank you, Juan. And then the last is Mr. Pierre Steyn from ArcelorMittal. He's a principal specialist, ArcelorMittal Saldanha Works, having graduated in chemical engineering at the University of Stellenbosch in 2000. He started his career in the mining industry and joined ArcelorMittal South Africa in 2002 at the Saldanha Steel Plant. Till 2016, he was focused on process optimization and operational management, and was part of several major capital projects. From 2016 to 19, he focused on business sustainability through key strategic projects. Saldanha Steel operates a first-of-its-kind Corex Midrex iron-making facility. At this unique setup, Pierre gained experience in unconventional iron-making techniques, which laid the foundation for the future involvement in innovative hydrogen steel making. In January 2020, he moved to France to be part of the decarbonization team at ArcelorMittal's Dunkirk plant. His initial focus was on projects to reduce the CO2 footprint in the iron-making environment. In this capacity, he later assumed the responsibility of project leader for the implementation of new hydrogen DRI plant. In he's returned to Saldanha recently from May to pursue the exciting opportunity he brought at the team to convert the Midrex plant into a hydrogen DRI. So a very pragmatic hands-on experience, and that is to be quite a unique perspective to the panel today. So without further ado, and we'll launch into the panel questions, starting with Umisha. And also then the question on the master plan. So, how does the steel and metal fabrication master plan contribute to a better enabling investment and policy environment to inform South Africa as a formidable player on the African continent?
Okay, thanks, Kashifa. Good morning, everyone. The Steel Master Plan was launched in 2021. It's really a turnaround, action-orientated plan based on competitiveness improvements, measures to support localization and reposition the industry to be resilient under the intense global pressures that we're seeing currently. In terms of investment and creating confidence, predictability of demand as well as competitiveness is really key to enabling this. The master plan, since inception, has created a platform to address challenges. It brings the industry together through a social compact with industry, labor, and government. And importantly, it creates a collaboration to develop industry. There are work streams on supply, on demand, resource mobilization, transformation, and HR. And since the master plan's adoption, we've seen several policy interventions being implemented, a number of investments as well as projects, including by the IDC, to support green steel production as well as advanced steel projects. The master plan does recognize that the industry needs to reorientate towards a green steel future, particularly to be relevant and competitive. We're seeing that a lot of the downstream industries are demanding lower carbon steel to decarbonize their own value chains. We're also seeing the carbon pricing and carbon border tax schemes that favor lower carbon steel. And hence, it is essential that the decarbonization of the steel industry does go on a pathway to reorientate. Thanks.
No. Thank you, Meshi. Then to moving to Joseph, from your experience on the OECD framework, what are the learnings and experiences from other countries that could possibly then help South Africa accelerate that decarbonization that Umisha has highlighted of its steel sector and support green steel exports?
Yeah, thank you, Kashifa. So maybe one of the first things is to remind the context of emerging and developing economies, which have also a double challenge. The first one being to increase steel production to accompany as well the growth of the country, and in parallel reducing the emissions of the sector. And achieving both challenges require to work both on new assets but also on existing assets. And the consequence of this is that we see really a heterogeneity of decarbonization pathways for low emission steel. So we can mention a lot of technologies that are possible. I'm sure that other panelists will also address this. But first, improve circular economy, improve energy efficiency of existing assets. Then there are also available technologies already mature, such as electric arc furnaces, where the main constraints to develop them would be the scrap availability, which is a major concern in emerging and developing economies, as the scrap available today is mostly the scrap generated 20 years ago when it was used to build cars or infrastructures. And there are a range of new technologies, such as carbon capture and storage, carbon capture and use, which can be implemented in blast furnaces or direct reduction assets. There is, of course, hydrogen now, which is extremely trendy and which becomes a very interesting way in order to decarbonize the decarbonization of steel. And then a series of less mature technologies, which currently are still at lab level, basically. So on hydrogen DRI, maybe as this is also the topic of the conference, we have seen over the last 5 years a huge increase of announcements. Basically, before 2018, there were no projects. And currently, there is a pipeline of close to 90 million tons of hydrogen DRI plants that have been announced, including 1/3 in emerging and developing markets. So this is a massive opportunity. On top, steel is one of the first movers for the sectors, and we see that many countries across the globe that have good access to renewable energy and cheap renewable electricity can also build on this in order to develop these assets. So to answer your question specifically, I will just take 3 lessons from 3 different countries. So first one maybe on the governance, on how to govern decarbonization of the sector. India has launched this year a Green Steel Task Force that is coordinated by the Ministry of Steel, but that encompasses 13 different groups, bringing together the industry, ministry, financial institution, think tanks, to really have a comprehensive strategy all this being aligned and coordinated with the country strategy determined by the Ministry of Steel. So in terms of governance, this ensures as well that all these solutions on technology side, policy side, demand push side are also well coordinated. A second option is something that we see in the Middle East today, and for instance in Oman, is to work on the enabling conditions. So what can policymakers do in order not to support directly the project, but more to provide a good environment for investment. And the way Oman has done that is first to provide access to infrastructure for many projects of hydrogen development, but also of steel plant and industrial plants that could consume this hydrogen, including connection to harbors as well for exports. A second pillar of their strategy is a one-stop shop for permitting and licensing, so facilitating and speeding up the projects. And the third aspects are the direct economic incentives, so such as fiscal incentive in special economic zones. So this is another strategy for countries with good export potential, for instance. And a third example that is also extremely relevant for South Africa is the example of Brazil. So Brazil also has very large iron ore resources, and this is also the case here. And their strategy relies as well on value chain integration. So today exporting a lot of iron ore, looking already and signing partnerships with producers out of Brazil in order to export pellets. So I would say enhance qualities of iron ore to improve the value added. And further down the value chain, developing DRI assets or green hubs in order to export iron or even export green steel worldwide. So overall, and just to conclude, the lessons we see from these countries are on two pillars. The first one is on improving the enabling conditions, and this is also where the policymakers can make a real difference. And the other one is on the financing solutions itself, because despite all these improvements, green steel remains still extremely costly compared to conventional steel. So the question is also how the public and private sector can collaborate, and specifically how the public sector can use its resources to de-risk projects or use resources for targeted direct financing in order to unlock the private capital, which will represent the lion's share of this. So we have this year at the OECD 3 publications coming to illustrate this, also supported by around 30 case studies on hydrogen and industry. So one is on the financing of industry decarbonization. Another one is specifically on the cost of capital for hydrogen development, which is critical to be cost competitive, especially in emerging and developing economies. And the third one is a joint report with the World Bank under the Hydrogen for Development Partnership on financing hydrogen. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. We are also part of the Hydrogen for Development, and as Freeport Saldanha. And I'm finding to be part of such initiatives of sharing case studies of countries that have gone before is invaluable to those of us in the public sector who have this huge spotlight on us to create this enabling environment. And within the context also of the plans and the strategies that our own countries have, and relate that to what other countries have experienced in those learnings. So thank you for that. Juan Pablo, on UNIDO side, through the Partnership for Net Zero Industry, linked to the Industrial Decarbonization Initiative and the Green Hydrogen Program, UNIDO supports South Africa to advance its decarbonization agenda and develop the markets for green hydrogen and to implement technology demonstration projects, including access to financing and specifically new innovative approaches. But that can also be a stumbling block. In your opinion, how would South Africa leverage the required financing for decarbonization at scale?
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. It's a simple question, but the answer is not that simple. And we have seen in different side events of this conference, in other conference, it is a complex equation that has many variables. From the side of UNIDO, we have different programs to support developing countries and learning from the practices that are out there, especially in the area of hydrogen, green hydrogen. While it's not a new technology per se.
Sorry, there's some feedback on that, so maybe try this one.
Hello, can you hear me? There, yes.
Yeah.
While it's not a new technology, now the interest to get to these new markets, it's very high, and the potential to decarbonize different industries also is very, very high. On our side, what we aim to support developing countries and try to leverage this required financing is along the lines that what has been discussed already, especially the enabling environment. UNIDO, per se, we're not a financing institution, but we look at the different problems that bankable projects may face, from the identification to pre-feasibility studies, to feasibility studies, to partnerships. To have, at the very general level, an overview, we see that it's very important what we see as three Ps: the partnerships, the policies, and the people. And I think this is part of the enabling environment that needs to be there. Partnerships is a mean to an end, and of course it can be public-private partnerships, it can be technological partnerships. The value chain on hydrogen and the end use in steel requires the collaboration of many industries, many ministries along the value chain. If this is uncoordinated, then we can start finding some blank spaces along this value chain where there's no regulation, there's no policy, there's no incentives, there are no support from different partners to fill out those gaps. So partnerships is a very key element, and we can see partnerships to define innovative financial instruments, partnerships internationally, because this is a global industry, partnerships, as I mentioned already, nationally with different ministries. The second P is the policies, and with policies we look at the different policy instruments, starting with the regulations or market-driven instruments, incentives. What is the carrot, what is the stick that can incentivize and can pave the way for different investments and leverage the required financing. It also looks at, as a policy instruments, the regulation and the use of standards and the capacity to check against those standards. And we see this as an important element. And we can link it to de-risking, because when the investments come, if there is no security on the safety of the processes, we don't want to imagine what will happen if there's something, a catastrophe in one of the pilot applications. And lastly, the people, we see that there is very important the knowledge and the skills of the people, from the technical skills, but also the managerial skills and the public sector skills. Recently, I mean, last year, Europe made an assessment of what are the skills required for green hydrogen, and they identify key skills that are required for the green hydrogen economy to function. In a very high end of skills under pressure, obviously you can see the technical skills as electrochemical, certificators. Well, there's no really all the standards out there. There's a need already for certificators, auditors. At the middle part, it was identify the awareness on public servants, because in the different levels of the government, there's no need. What are the implications of a green hydrogen economy, or the applications in the steel or any of the end uses for the population at all, and for their public policies?
Yeah. No, thank you. I think that awareness building across the board is so vital to make sure that the opportunity lands in a sustainable way, but also not just sustainable from the typical green perspective, but sustainable for the country and for the private sector to actually afford and back this opportunity, which I think in the pricing and you've mentioned, is still to be landed and defined. Pierre, as the practitioner, I think, and from last year's announcements of the joint development agreement between ArcelorMittal South Africa and Sasol, I think everybody in the room is wanting a process update, a project update. But from your perspective of working in Dunkirk and now back in Saldanha, what are the key levers for the steel sector to decarbonize? And if I can then add to that, from your perspective, what's limiting that transition?
Okay, thank you, Kashifa. Yes, I'm an iron maker, so very uncomfortable in this jacket and very uncomfortable with the mic in my hand, but I'll try. I have notes. I think to look at ArcelorMittal worldwide could be a good example of what most steelmakers will be doing. We're the second biggest steelmaker in the world. We're the biggest steelmaker in South Africa. So maybe if I can say what ArcelorMittal is doing, and that's my knowledge, is what ArcelorMittal is doing. And there's a lot in the press of what other companies are doing. So I'll explain. And the targets are mostly aligned between the steelmakers and what their countries have pledged for decarbonization. So aligned with the Paris Agreement, we aim to be, we're the biggest polluter, like you said. We aim to be net zero by 2050. And then in ArcelorMittal, for the European plants, we pledge to be minus 35% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And in South Africa and in the non-European countries, we pledge with minus 25%. So we need to align what we do in our operations to be minus 25% in South Africa. So ArcelorMittal has launched two legs that's important for right here of decarbonization, two roadmaps, and the one is optimizing the current assets, and that is with smart carbon. We call it smart carbon. So it's optimizing the current assets like the blast furnace route. And maybe just to quickly explain this blast furnace route, electrical route to people, and then you'll understand where the DRI comes in. So you have the two very distinct routes of iron making. One is 70% of world production. It's through the blast furnace operation. It's coal-based. It's got a very high footprint of carbon. It's very efficient. It's cheap to make this steel because it's been around for decades. For centuries. This process has been there, so it's optimized, and now you need to replace it with something else. The second route is the EAF route. It's the electrical steel making route. 30% of steel in the world is made through this route. It's got challenges, like Joseph was saying. It's got big challenges because you melt steel scrap, you recycle steel scrap. There's not enough steel scrap to have it more than 30%. So and also the quality is not very good. By recycling steel scrap, you get all the pollutants that's part of scrap, and you get it, and you cannot get it out of the steel. So by recycling only steel scrap, you get to a point that your steel is not good enough quality. You can only use it in construction, putting it into cement, and so it's not worth the quality to make flat steels for automotive. So what can you do? You can add, we call it virgin iron, and that's iron from the ground. So how do you do that in an arc furnace? You can try to throw it in the arc furnace, but it will not work. You need to do a pre-reduction. You need to take the oxygen out. So direct reduction means taking the oxygen out. And you can do this with a gas. You can do it with natural gas. About 7 to 8% of steel today is already being done in this way, so it's a known technology. It's a shaft furnace, DRI furnace, we call it direct reduced iron. It's a marketable trading commodity. You can ship it. So why not, if you have an iron ore deposit in your country and you have access to natural gas, then you can make it. The good thing about DRI is that you can do it with hydrogen as well. So you can use hydrogen to make DRI if you get hydrogen at an affordable price. So that's what we're trying to do. In Saldanha, we have the existing Matrix asset. So we have a plant here, we have all the infrastructure, we need hydrogen. Okay. Coming back to the roadmap of ArcelorMittal, so we said that it's a smart carbon route, so optimizing the existing assets because it's affordable to do it, and it's also the easiest and the cheapest way to make steel, most efficient way. The second route is the innovative DRI route. So innovative DRI, we want to implement the electrical steel making. We want to make sure that we reach the qualities in this route, but then we need the DRI. The DRI plants needs to be built all over the world, and I guess all steel makers are aiming towards this, building DRI plants. So building DRI plants, there's other challenges too. You need natural gas at a good price. You need hydrogen at a good price. I think my next question comes to this, so I'm not going to say too much about this. Yeah. And then for ArcelorMittal's got two brands of steel that they plan to, that we're already selling. It's X-Carb. It's X-Carb net zero steel. We're already selling it in Spain. And then there's X-Carb with a significant reduction in CO2. So we're selling these two already in Europe, and we will plan to sell something similar in South Africa later on. And then we're looking at lab scale stuff, like we already said, iron oxide electrolysis with Boston Metals. We're looking at CCS, which is quite in the future, to make it affordable, and then bio wastes, etc. So I think that sums up the aim for ArcelorMittal.
I think what you've highlighted in sharing with us the ArcelorMittal roadmaps and the strategies is there's a lot there that is outside steel making, and particularly like when you were saying now about the bio and the, so I think one of the possible limitations and opportunities of the transition is finding then the partners for ArcelorMittal across the globe in your various areas, suitable partners to enable you to actually do that research, develop and understand what is the business case, how is the technology ready, where are the core inputs, like you said, you need to have hydrogen, you need to still have gas, and so forth. So I'm going to say, and Punting Saldanha, you already have the DRA, you already have the Codex Matrix. So it's a question of then the other inputs into the plant. I'm gonna stop there for the set questions and open it up to the floor. If there's any, So I'm just wondering if we have a mic. Do we have a floating mic? Yeah.
Good morning. Please excuse the rugby voice. It's Hendrik Lowe from the DFFE. Just since we are talking the practicalities now, let's, I think, start there. It's one thing to have everything on paper and to have a nice iron oxide plus hydrogen gives you iron plus water, but in practice, it's totally different. So what's your main challenges at this stage with your off-gases, etc., to make it reality? Because obviously there's a couple of things that needed to be added now for water treatment or for something. Is it as easy as it sounds, or what did you need to bring in additionally?
Thanks. My name is Leanne. I'm from the Center for Environmental Rights, also working closely with communities from the Vaal Environmental Justice Alliance. Pierre, I wanted to find out about AMSA's plans, right? Is it correct that AMSA needs to transition irrespective of whether, there's a broader green hydrogen economy, or put in a different way, it doesn't require a broader green hydrogen economy in order to transition? It has to do this, right? It has to co-locate renewable energy plants, Saldanha, Vanderbijl Park, because of the CBAM, right? So that's my first question. The second is, has the ArcelorMittal Group committed to technological support? It has been developing this technology in Europe, I think in Canada as well. Has it shared that technology? Can you provide some details around that? Has it committed to finance for the implementation of that technology for the Global South operations. I think Brazil and South Africa being quite important. And when building, my last question, when building renewable energy and co-locating those plants, wind, solar, whatever it may be, has AMSA looked at RE for surrounding communities and what that could mean for them, given that they have borne the brunt of AMSA's pollution for many decades now, coal-related pollution? And maybe for the colleague from the OECD is, have you looked at the costs of, or for anyone, desalination plants and the impacts and the probability of those plants being built in time for all of this to happen, and whether in fact they will benefit communities, as many are claiming? Thanks.
No, thanks. My name is Samson Mukwana. I'm with Val Environmental Justice Alliance. The question goes to the department. Out of the Steel Summit that was held recently in Kempton Park, what mechanisms are you putting in place? Because it was clear that the downstream industry is quite upset in terms of their policy not being fully protected for the export market. What the department is doing in that sector to make sure that the downstream industry continue to manufacture once CBAM is coming into play. The second one is with peer of record discussion that we held yesterday, similar to Leanne's question on financing. Is really Luxembourg committed to decarbonize ArcelorMittal in Global South, particularly in Vanderbijl and Saldan?
Of questions. So firstly from Hendrik to Pierre, the challenges on the reality of at Saldanha.
I think it relates to my second question, so maybe if I answer it now, I don't need to answer it again. I think if you talk about Saldanha, yes, it is as easy as that. We need iron ore and we need hydrogen and everything else is there. So it's almost as easy as that. And we need to convert the plant. So it's a small conversion. So I can say for Saldanha, it's as easy as that. That's why we think we are in the inside lane in this. For industry, it's not as easy as that. They need to build new plants. They need to build, and you think you buy a plant, but you need to buy all the balance of plant, which is double the cost of the plant. You need to have infrastructure. You need to have roads. You need to have electricity grid. It's quite huge, and industry is struggling to keep up with the 90 million tons committed to get it done in time. There's only 2 suppliers in the world that's supplying this technology, and no more. So they need to design these plants for everybody. So it's yes, it's a challenge for the rest to build new plants. For the guys with the old plants, it's not the infrastructure is there.
Thank you. And I think, if I may add, so from the collective of getting the hydrogen to ArcelorMittal, I mean that's a role that we are playing a supporting role in as the SEZ, because what we see is many of these project developers have the same challenges. So we can see the pipeline, the dashboard, and not just from the technical and the financial, but from the socio-economic as well, and the environmental. And our role is to collate all of this, aggregate it, and really reflect it back to the public sector, to the relevant authorities, and say this is the collective concern coming. This is potentially a role that the local authority can play, that the province can play, that national can play, and any of the other agencies and departments intertwined. So I think that's really the call to action from the top. And it's deeply embedded across government. I think to Leanne's question, also to Pierre, and then with Samson, I think maybe I sense a question of the committedness of Luxembourg and the committedness to a transition. However, whatever technologies you might use to a transition, because.
I think our company worldwide is very committed. So we have one of the biggest R&D departments supporting all our facilities. It's huge. That we are in constant communication with our R&D facilities. We have a big CTO technical organization that's supporting us. In our team, we have 5 people that's located in Saldanha, and 4 more people. That's one located in Chicago R&D, and 2 located in Luxembourg. So I think that shows you the commitment. This plant is not producing 1 ton of steel, but we have 3 people that's dedicated to our project. We have in R&D, we are looking at all the different alternatives, not only DRI. So in R&D, very committed to support us, also in constant communication with the R&D team.
Yeah.
I think in terms of commitment to the people, I think that was one question.
So the
also.
co-locating, the renewables, balancing I want to say the social compact aspect.
Yeah, I can speak for Saldanha. When our plant stopped about 3 years ago, it impacted permanent employees around 900 people, but indirect people about 3,000 people. The West Coast area is not a big area. So this has got a huge impact on our community. It's friends, it's relatives. So I feel the pain, and I feel that our company is serious about this. That's why we're looking at this ways of starting this facility. Again, we're not only looking at starting the DRI plant, we're also looking at ways to start the steel plant downstream, so you can use your DRI in the steel plant and you can also export it. So yeah, I think it's very serious for us. The management team of Saldanha all been with Saldanha for a long time. So we are very serious. I cannot really speak for Van der Bijl. I'm sorry, I'm a Saldanha guy, but I don't have that much experience from Van der Bijl. But if it's the same as in Saldanha, I just believe that we do feel that the people in the West Coast, the fishing industry is quite big. We have depleting fish resources now, so we know we need this industry, and you guys know it. So that's. I think everybody's serious about that.
No, thank you, Pierre. And I think, Leanne, if I can contribute to the question of renewables. So it's actually interesting in Saldanha. I think that there's probably EIAs that have been permitted to the amount of 300, 400 megawatts. Now, Saldanha municipality, its demand is probably only maybe 45, 50 megawatts. And if you add the Freeport, excluding the hydrogen projects, which take it to the gigawatts, but we foresee our demand maybe also being in the region of another 50. So the EIAs that have been investments done by the private sector and by IPP developers over the years that haven't come to fruition because of our IPP processes having stopped and started, and that's a whole other discussion that we can have. But then also because, I mean, in the latest rounds, nothing was allocated to the Western Cape because of the grid capacity issues. So I think that, you know, for the hydrogen developers, having EIAs already, to a certain degree, actually kind of is a shorter path to actually realization. And certainly, because these renewable energy and the EIAs are in around Saldanha, they are actually waiting to answer that challenge that you've raised of co-locating renewable projects so that they benefit and they stimulate this new economy. But we also know that the intermittency and the storage factors, so you will have excess electrons that could possibly go back into the grid to the benefit of communities. And I think certainly more work, and that was discussed by the minister yesterday on the grid capacity issues and the permitting and the regulatory reform that on the renewables energy sector. And then I think to the question to Joseph on the cost of desalination plants, like in the research and your experience from the framework.
Yeah, so actually if we look at it purely from economic perspective, the desalination part of a vertically integrated project is extremely small. Just to give a ballpark estimate, 50% of the cost would be the renewable power production. 20% would be the electrolyzers, 30% would be the new steel plants, and less than 1% would be desalination assets. So almost nothing remains. That being said, in terms of resources, when we look also globally, the projection shows that even with the 2050 positive scenarios of green hydrogen development, the need for water would be less than 3% of the water that is needed for agriculture, industry, and municipalities today, so very small. But if we look at local level, then we may have very specific issues. In water-stressed areas, you may have first lack of access to water and competing usages, but also in other countries, you would not create water stress per se, but you would exacerbate it. So here there are at least two elements that are quite important. The first one is on the socio-economic benefits. So today we see lots of memorandum of understanding in developing economies where the project developers claim that they will oversize, for instance, the desalination plant in order to provide further benefits to the communities, improve water access locally. But this is today on paper. So the question is, how will it be actually realized and implemented? Will we see these socio-economic benefits? And the second aspect is on environment. Having huge desalination plants may cause some issues because of the pollutant or the brine that is also put back in the nature. And we have at the OECD in the Environment Directorate a water team specialized in these issues, and they are starting actually to look specifically at the impact of green hydrogen production on water pollution, basically.
Thank you, Joseph. And I do believe that there's actually a knowledge bit on the costs of desalination projects and some analysis that was done on scenarios there later today, this afternoon. So that might be also useful for you to see the assumptions being made there. Samson's last question, I suppose listening to your profile that you worked with the department, but she's now with the IDC, so she's not with the Department of Trade and Industry. But I mean, I don't know if you were privy to the Steel Summit and the discussions there.
Yes, no, thanks for that question. I think I'll acknowledge the challenge that you highlighted, because in the South African context, we find that a lot of the downstream industries are really the exporters, and they will be impacted by these carbon pricing mechanisms. But I think what we heard and what we see is that the primary steel industry is committed to decarbonize. There's plans underway, there's projects underway, the likes of ArcelorMittal, and there's using renewables, transitioning to electric arc furnaces. So I think the quicker and a fast-tracked way of the primary steel industry decarbonizing and transitioning will impact the downstream industry. In terms of, I do know the departments are engaging on CBAM and the impacts related to that. Thanks.
No, thank you. Are there any further? Yes.
Thanks for that input from the panelists. My question is directed to Pierre. You've mentioned your targets with regard to Europe as well as Africa itself and South Africa more specifically. My question is related to the demand for decarbonized steel within the domestic market. What's the potential? Because we've seen it in Europe and other developed countries. And then to Juan, a quick question to you as well. I mean, we've been in the earlier session talking about financing needs for the hydrogen sector. In your opinion and from your experience with working with other countries, how do you see grant financing actually coming through to support the sector? Thanks.
There was a hand up.
Yeah. No, thanks, Pierre, for a very upbeat and enthusiastic presentation. I'm trying to get my head around how much hydrogen you actually need to operate your Saldanha facility with the technical changes, and just whether and leading on from that, I mean, how quickly would one be able to ramp up in order to meet that demand? Because it seems like quite a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. I don't have an exact figure in mind, but
I think there's one last question.
Thanks. Just to add on to the questions for Pierre, I was just, in addition to the demand for decarbonized steel, I was just wondering whether you currently getting a premium on decarbonized steel, if you've been, okay. And then the second thing I wanted to ask was just, in terms of the DRI production process, I understand that water is like one of the emissions essentially. So is there potential for that to be recycled into the green hydrogen production process?
Okay, great. One last question from the lady in the front.
Thank you. So my question is also for Pierre as well. I just have two questions. I wanted to find out what are your biggest challenges in terms of trying to convert or start up Saldanha? Is it the financing? Is it the policies? Is it the partnerships? Because that can also significantly affect the project timeline, especially with our targets or the target as AMSA Group by 2030. And then my second question, I'm not sure if you can share this, but is there currently an understanding between yourself and Sasol in terms of the pricing of hydrogen? Because that can also significantly impact the price of your steel and if you can be competitive, not only within the local market, but globally as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so Pierre, can you, yeah.
I need to be reminded again, what's the questions?
Okay, so the local demand of green DRI, green steel, so question on that
Okay,
and that. The volume of green hydrogen that you require in Saldanha, is there a premium, the water recycling, and then the last questions on really that nitty-gritty challenge, and if you can, discussions with Sasol.
Okay. In South Africa, the demand is not that big. So there's some, I believe we had discussions with our marketing people. I don't know if anybody knows Jerry Dungu. He's in charge of our marketing, and he told us about 300,000 tons could be sold within a couple of years for green steel. We do not know what would be the premium. I think it's part of the unknowns that could help us if we know this, how to finance and how to plan and how to calculate our projects. We do not know, even in Europe, what would be the premiums and if there would be any premiums. What we do know is that if you are a first mover, you will get the premiums. So that's why we are in a hurry to get this done. So if we can make hydrogen DRI by 2027, we will be in line with one of the first movers. H2 Green Steel aiming for 2027. So we will be one of the first movers if we can be, and imagine for Africa being the first mover in green DRI. So yes, if you're a first mover, you'll get a premium. We do not know what's the premiums.
Yeah. And the water question?
What was
the water recycling potential?
Yeah, we do recycle the water, and the water will be. We need a lot of water in the process itself, and all the water is recycled. Saldanha is a net zero emitter of water, except for I got the Afrikaans word verdamping. And then
and then I think the volumes I've heard 60,000 tons hydrogen you need.
Yeah, 60,000 tons of hydrogen to produce 1.2 million tons of DRI. And the key for hydrogen is we need it at a really stable supply. So it will be challenging with renewables. We need it at a very stable supply, and we need the high volumes consistently 24/7. And we have two phases. The first phase we will need about 40,000 tons per year, and that will be for 800,000 tons of DRI. So then we will ramp up to 1.2 million tons and 60,000 tons.
Yeah, no, thanks. And I think Juan Pablo. So
on grant financing, I think actually UNIDO is conducting a mapping on financial instruments for developing countries from international organizations. We want to monitor how these financial instruments and developing agencies are working towards that. And we see that for some areas, the grant is there. There's some blended finance as well. We see in the end use, some preliminary results that I'm sharing now. On the end use, we see that on the steels, there's some initiatives already there. But this is something very important that we, as UN, we want to share this information to developing countries to see what are the experiences there. There's not much yet as in other sectors, but we trust that this is coming along. We are actually expecting to do an update in 6 months because we see many other initiatives coming up to finance different initiatives related to hydrogen and end use.
I think that's all the time that we have today, but thank you so much for your attendance and your engagement. Thank you to the panelists, and I also have to say thank you to Leanne and Janita from DFF. We've done this session in partnership and really curating the panel and the concept note. I'm deeply appreciative of that. I'm sure that the panelists will be around if you'd like to engage them any further. But thank you so much for your attendance and participation. Thank you.
Spot on, the biggest challenge is right. And we are thank you very much. We are with Sasu, and we are on a very JDA with Sasu, which we our feasibility phase. We have a partner. Yes, I do. Sorry to interrupt. Well, it was nice meeting you. No, thank you. I mean, you were bombarded with all the questions. But I know that you guys will know the answers also, right? I'm not at that level. Thank you very much. Yeah, your email is on here? Yes. And we have a global program on hydrogen. So I will surely do that. Yes. Thank you very much.
They're not important.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone from your side now will go, but we have Ahmed there.
Yeah, sure. Behind the hydrogen price at this stage. Good to see you. Have a still some. Have a good trip back home.
See you next time.
Enjoy the trip and we'll take pictures and when we meet in Vienna, we'll
And you said half of what you thought was gone.
Are those your crib notes? Yeah. Do they have all the numbers? Oh, you have a store here? Where is your store? Is it
We have companies in
Good to meet you. I'm glad.
Hi, nice to see you again.
have so many on the outside.
But it's moving. It sounds like it's moving.
Yeah,
I checked it this morning.
Then we can say what's the
What is the figure you mentioned? X amount of kgs of hydrogen for steel? There was a ratio.
Maybe,
maybe
just
I supplemented, but
we will work back.
we work on about
1.2 million.
easy to remember. It's 50.
you can get a lift with us?
Oh, it's okay. We
50 kilograms of
work
hydrogen.
But the office staff, if you change your mind in the next half an hour, then please feel free to.
Maybe when I write outside, I will realize it.
Yeah.
You have a card?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, but you will come to the committee meeting.
Thanks, Doc. 2 hours too short.
Thanks, it was nice to...
I have a very specific question on the 60 kilotons. This considers that you will only have 74% hydrogen, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I was wondering. I always had this in mind as 80 kilotons per 1 million.
It will be more.
I've never seen a label do this.
Unless someone's like playing the DJ.
Like yesterday's session.
Scrubbers with the
so this is different to the panels I'm used to. There's no media on this one. I don't see any media here, so that's easier. No, no, no. Yeah. But we had, for some reason, October is very busy on launch. So we had SA Auto Week and we had Smart Mobility Africa during October, where there was a lot of media. Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about that as well, but it's
And then we had a launch in August, so it's just been last night.
no. I sat down. Oh, I sat down second. Yeah. So I didn't practice with a like this. So now I'm gonna be professional. No, but it's not that. It's you're representing a saleable brand. What you send in here, what you say, can be held against you. So we normally just prepare and we check it.
Welcome, everybody. Can I ask people to move a little bit closer this way so we have a better, tighter room to work with, and it's easy for me to see people when they have comments or questions to provide later on. Thank you. If you can just close in on the open seats, that'd be great. It's 1 minute past the hour. Perhaps we should get started. Is it possible to pull the door behind us? Please. Great. Can everybody hear my voice well, or do I need to use a mic?
It's being streamed and recorded. So
Oh, it is. Ooh. Pressure, pressure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. You know, whenever you're doing the past lunch, it's called the graveyard shift, you're always nervous whether anybody will turn up. So we're very pleased that there's a good turnout this afternoon. Without much further ado, we'll get started. In case anybody's confused, this panel is around fuel cells for clean land transport. And we have a very esteemed panel with us, which we are very proud to have today to help us with our discussion. We're hoping that the audience will also participate as much as possible, so we really have a conversation today and learn from each other. So just as a way of a very brief introduction, the global hydrogen fuel cell vehicle market is currently valued around 1.5 billion as of last year, and it's predicted to increase by a compounded annual growth rate of over 45% to reach. And South Africa has ambitions of adopting fuel cell vehicles at scale, and it's developing a hydrogen corridor called Project Rainbow. And Project Rainbow is part of the Hydrogen Valley, which was awarded, and it was awarded SIP status, which stands for Strategic Infrastructure Project in South Africa. It's a very prestigious status to receive, which means we really have very strong government support to get this project off the ground. Project Rainbow is to roll out hydrogen fuel cell buses and trucks in South Africa by around 2025, approximately. So this is a grand and a wonderful vision to have. The question is, what is it going to take to make this actually a reality? And what can we learn from major international and domestic fuel cell vehicle actors, which are presented in our panel today? And so as we kick off this discussion, there's some themes that we're trying to weave into the conversation. And the themes that we're trying to weave in is really a focus on fuel cell vehicles. So we know that there's an array of different technologies in the market, but for today, we're really focused on fuel cell vehicles specifically, and the practical implementation of those. And how do we do the scale up, and how do we collaborate as partners? So these are the key themes that we're trying to really incorporate into our conversation. I suppose I should introduce myself. My name is Zanele Mavuso-Mbata. I'm the CEO of Bambili Energy, and I'm your moderator today. I have a panel with me, as I mentioned earlier, that is will help us with this conversation today. And I'd like to just call on various members to do a very quick introduction for themselves. We have a big panel, so we have to keep things very succinct and to the point. And I will start off with Anton.
Thanks, Zanele. Am I audible? Yes? Okay. Okay, so Toyota, we're actually very well known in the new energy electric vehicles, on hybrid vehicles. So far, we've sold about 22 million hybrid vehicles across the world, and we estimate that those vehicles have saved about 160 million tons of CO2. But in the fuel cell hydrogen space, we have also been actively involved in the design and development of hydrogen as a source of motive power for more than 30 years. This goes back to 1992. More than 25,000 Toyota fuel cell vehicles, or FCEVs, has been sold in this time. There's actually a prototype that was already in 2002 as a static display at the World Summit for Sustainable Development that was held in Johannesburg. And I think Toyota's biggest step forward was in 2015 when we launched the first Mirai large sedan and was available commercially. We sold 12,000 of those units,
and those units are estimated to have traveled 500 million kilometers. So I think one of the success stories that today I learned from Prakash that they were also involved. It was in Berlin, where there's a fleet of taxis that Anglo also invested in, of the first generation Mirage, and they traveled a lot of, they transported 100,000 passengers. So I'm going to end that story to say that we have also now launched the second generation Mirai last year, and so far it's been a success.
Thank you, Anton. I'd like to then hand it over to Audrey.
Thank you, Zanele. Thank you, Anton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So following Anton's introduction of Toyota coming from the fuel cell passenger vehicle side, I work at a company called Refire Group. We have a R&D center in China, as well as one in Vancouver, Canada. We have a few offices across the geography, covering Southeast Asia, North America, China, obviously, and Europe. So in terms of commercial fuel cell vehicles, this is the theme of the talk today, our lion's share of the fuel cell vehicles deployed are in China as of today. So we started working with automotive OEMs in 2017. And up until this point, we're powering 5,700 fuel cell buses and trucks. And these are running on the streets of more than 30 cities across the globe. And yes, lion's share of that is in China. So the total kilometers in Toyota gave it 500 million kilometers to date, right? So of these fuel cell buses and trucks, as of now, we have 170 million kilometers today. And these are the accrued kilometers gathered from the past 5 to 6 years of operation. And we're having about 1 million of operating kilometers put on our telematic dashboard every week. So in terms of passenger vehicles, as well as fuel cell commercial vehicles, we're seeing that as a reality, perhaps not today yet in South Africa, but elsewhere it's presenting itself. So did I say my name? My name is Audrey. I work at Refire Group, and I'm in charge of the international market.
Thank you, Audrey. I see some individuals standing. If you'd like to sit down, there's some room here at the front. Please come and make yourself comfortable. And I'd like to move the conversation on, and in terms of introductions, to Prakashim to please do his introduction.
Thank you, Zanele and Audrey. Prakash Mudlia, I'm Executive Head of Projects for Anglo American Platinum. So Anglo American Platinum, the largest producer of refined platinum group metals in the world, and I think South Africa, and a great endowment of more than 70% of the PGMs in the world found in South Africa. So I think exciting opportunity for us, and I think it links directly to our strategy. Our strategy is really built across two pillars. A pillar of where we look at decarbonizing our operations through hydrogen, and the second opportunity of the hydrogen production and fuel cells for creating demand for our products. I think key for us is in this green mobility space as we transition from internal combustion engines, which probably is about 67% of our total product. The intention into BEVs is zero PGM, so therefore hydrogen fuel cells give us that good opportunity. I think the hydrogen economy is growing, and I think just some of the numbers shared by Audrey show you how fuel cells are growing as well. And I think the important opportunity we see is the opportunity of creating this green mobile ecosystem that allows us then to create a demand for our metals into the future. I think the opportunity as well is both of PEM electrolyzers, so we see an opportunity in the production of green hydrogen as well as the use in mobility. And I think we all sort of look for hard to decarbonize opportunities like the heavy transport industry, I think cement, aviation, shipping, and that's where hydrogen plays an opportunity, fuel cells plays an opportunity, and it's this opportunity for demand for our product. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakashim. I'd like to hand it over now to Beth.
Thank you. So I'm Beth Deltry. I am the head of research at NARCAM, which is the National Association of Automotive Component and Allied Manufacturers. Bit of a long acronym. But effectively, we represent all of, or a large proportion of the local component manufacturers in the country. So it's about 150 or so members. Quite a diverse space, so local manufacturers, multinational manufacturers, majority of which are actually multinational manufacturers. And as a trade association, effectively our role in this whole conversation is to support the operating landscape for our component manufacturers to ensure that ultimately we're striving towards the South African Automotive Plan's vision, which is 60% local content. So in terms of the wider, I suppose, fuel cell conversation, as an association, we've adopted a relatively technology agnostic type approach, which is to say that we're still in a feasibility type of study element. Component manufacturers, by nature of the global value chain, we aren't necessarily always the ones calling the shots to say this is the technology OEMs will be utilizing. We're there to support with that production. And so as a component manufacturing group, that's exactly what we're doing. I won't necessarily jump into exactly what that is just yet, but in effect, absolutely supporting the fuel cell energy environment. We've got a couple of members who have recently or are in the production phase of building their facility for the MEA production. So I think that's a really good start, and a couple of our other members, particularly from the multinational type of ecosystem, are exploring feasibility options outside of South Africa, which hopefully then as NARCAM, our job is to make sure that the environment domestically is conducive enough for them to onshore that technology and investment.
Thank you, Beth. And Dina, your introduction, please.
I'll try and keep it short so that we can have a discussion. Dina Govender, BMW Group South Africa, and head of our hydrogen vehicle project here in the market. The company in South Africa celebrated its 50th anniversary in South Africa this year, and we're one of the oldest subsidiaries of the group in the world outside of Germany, and the first production facility outside of Germany. In addition to, I think, what all of the panelists is driving all of the panelist companies, it's the global politics and global economic and environmental reality has forced us to decarbonize, and we have energy security issues as well. So as part of our involvement at this conference, we have announced a collaboration partnership with Anglo American and Sasol to bring a small experimental fleet of series hydrogen fuel cell vehicles to South Africa, the BMW iX5 Hydrogen, and it's the most powerful fuel cell electric vehicle in the world currently, to showcase, and I think the Minister of Electricity said yesterday, take action in a crisis, and to showcase and show people, this is a reality. And Prakash mentioned we have a very good endowment of resources, both what's under the ground, but also what's coming from the air, sunlight and wind. And we stand at a good place to actually take care of and make use of this growing industry. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Dina. And last but not least, Ipaleng.
Thank you, Zanele. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ipaleng Zilele, the founder of RRS Trade and Investment, and wear a few hats. I had been a non-executive director on Siemens Energy Board for a while. We talk about green hydrogen production and PEM, very familiar with that, and got to learn quite a bit about the business from Siemens' perspective. And I also serve on the Telkom board. You talk about telcos in terms of decarbonizing that. I also wear that hat, and then I sit on the third board, which is Mahlaku Energy Fund, which is managed by the first female fund managers, 6 billion fund that is funded by different institutions. So now, as an entrepreneur, I started off in the maritime sector, and I'm sure we're all familiar about the importance of maritime and green hydrogen. And what got us into green mobility and corridor or green corridors was on the back of the fact that we have been transporting manganese from Northern Cape into Namibia, and then we used that as an advantage to actually start a project on the N7. So it's an N7 green hydrogen mobility project. It starts in Namibia, goes through Northern Cape up to Saldanha Bay, and I'll get into the details because I can see some of my key stakeholders, Kashifa from Saldanha Bay, SCZ. So I'll take you through the process that we've had to embark on and how fuel cells actually fit into our heavy duty or heavy haul trucks. And we've also partnered with an OEM based in Stockholm in Sweden. So I'll take you through our journey. It's been quite an interesting one. Thank you, Zanele.
Thank you, Ipaleng. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard from our panelists, a variety of experience, critical, important players who are all working to make things happen. So there's some questions where we do a little bit of a deep dive at this point to our panelists. And the first one is to Anton. Anton, please share with us your sort of, when you look at your emerging markets versus your developed markets in terms of your strategy of adoption of fuel cell vehicles. I think a focus on the commercial and also on the heavy duty transport would be interesting. And specifically around that, what your plans are for the South African market.
Okay, so thanks for that question, Zanele. It's an important one for South Africa. So, as you mentioned, South Africa is an emerging market. We are following in the footsteps of Japan, United States of America, Europe, and I understand also China. So that gives us the opportunity to learn from them and to leapfrog any pitfalls, and there has been some pitfalls. So you must accept that hydrogen mobility has not yet reached a maturity phase, even in the countries that I've mentioned, where the market can sustain itself. So this morning I checked on the H2 Live app that they use in Europe, and there's only 163 active filling stations in Europe. Now, if you compare that with the, call it 3,000 odd ICE filling stations we have in South Africa, it's still a big disparity. So it's not yet as mature. So, and unfortunately, in the last 2 years, there's also been several cases, especially in Europe and the United States, where some of the hydrogen partners had to abandon the hydrogen fuel cell, whether it was on the production side, the refueling side, or the consuming fleet. And it's purely down to bankruptcy, I think liquidity. So what's the solution? So fortunately, there's some colleagues in the Hydrogen Council. In Europe, they've developed this concept of a hydrogen economic cluster. So what this term is you effectively try to manage the demand and supply of hydrogen throughout the value chain of the production, gas logistics, the fuel refilling, and the consuming business fleet. So you manage all the business stakeholders there. So I think the key point is you want to set up a cluster that exceeds 75% utilization of the equipment, so you can get to a 6 to 8 year break-even point. I think I'm going to shorten my message, but basically our focus will be to support our fleet customers that have exposure to the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism tax, and we need to find the right product. So, as everybody is aware, we have the passenger car, the Mirai, but there is other commercial prototypes underway. There's 3 I'm going to mention, if you allow me. The first one was recently announced, Toyota Motors United Kingdom. They actually took 10 of our Prospecton plant manufactured Hiluxes, and they converted it to a fuel cell electric vehicle. There's another case of VDL and Toyota Motors Europe. They converted the heavy vehicle truck, and that one is currently tested with the logistics fleet. And then the last one is actually in Japan. Isuzu, Toyota, and Hino, they formed the Commercial Japan Partnership Technologies Agreement, where they will be also developing more commercial trucks.
Thank you, Anton. I'd like to move it on to Refire. So Audrey, we see that in another technology arena, in terms of battery electric, China has come in strong, is now the undisputed global leader in that space. You know, can China repeat performance around fuel cell heavy-duty vehicles? And you're a long way from home. What is REFIRE's interest in the South African market as we look to develop heavy-duty vehicles based on fuel cells?
Okay, thank you for that question. So the first part, yes, battery electric vehicle nowadays, you can see them everywhere in large cities in China. You see the green plates versus the yellow, the blue plates. The green plates are taking more of a presence, especially in the large cities of Shanghai and Beijing, and the recent IAA in Hanover and Munich, we could see that there had been a lot of the battery electric presence in the passenger car segment. Can we repeat that? I think that's a wait and see process that's taken in place. However, my personal opinion on this one is hydrogen is a global movement, and we need hydrogen to decarbonize our energy sector. So the Asian countries, China included, Japan, Korea, have been heavily invested in the battery development for now over a decade. The European manufacturers and other manufacturers from North America, predominantly these two continents, have been following. But the fact now, in hindsight, is the Asian countries have taken a more advanced step in the battery electric world. Therefore, coupled with China being a very large marketplace, there's quite an offering in that space, which is now benefiting the rest of the world's demand in that sector. For hydrogen, though, like I said earlier, I think it's a global movement. There's been more than 30 countries coming out with their country roadmap on hydrogen with very detailed steps, actionable steps as to what to do and how do we get this hydrogen embedded into the energy system, and what are the uptake opportunities in different phases. And here we are in South Africa discussing that in particular. So will China lead the pack? I know this is not a statement for us to be sitting here and making, but what I can share with you here today are the facts. China has had the cluster program, very similar to the Valley program from Europe. And this round of the Valley program in China has been concentrated in 5 city clusters. And they are subsidies at national level, at provincial level, at city level, and sometimes even at district level, depending on which district you come from, to support the offtake of hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles in that jurisdiction. So that program kicked in 2019. And prior to that, there had been selected programs where the local mayors, the local lawmakers, are pushing the one-offs demonstration very heavily in their own jurisdiction, which had led to the national program being enforced now since 2019. So that program, we're in a third year of that program. Okay, we're going to see about 50,000 fuel cell vehicles of buses and trucks by 2025 in China. That's a fact, and that's been designed. And we're, as an industry collective, we're on our path to delivering that vehicle volume. In addition to that, in addition to the subsidized market, we're looking for hydrogen where it can be produced locally and cheaply to enable a commercial use case of a total TCO to yield the cost parity points to the local fleet operators. And those are use cases that we're discovering in places where hydrogen, the colors of hydrogen is another topic, green included, where the economy and the TCO could work for the fleet operators when the hydrogen can be obtained cheaply and locally. So we'll have both the subsidy program and we'll have the commercial programs going forward. And therefore today, as of last year, the registered fuel cell vehicle in China had been more than 13,000 units. And REFIRE is about 40% of the market. Thank you.
Thanks, Audrey. I'd like to take it over now to Ipaleng. Ipaleng, we are very curious to understand from you in terms of when you look at the fleets that you currently work with, when do you see a change to using fuel cell trucks within them? What are those timelines looking like? And how are you going about ensuring that you are able to secure the fuel cell trucks? Who are your collaboration partners, and share with us a little bit about what that roadmap and your experience is, please.
Thanks, Zanele. So as we know, it's all about scalability and the viability of the project. So maybe if we look at the end goal, I always like to start with the end goal and then work backwards. Because if we don't define the end goal up front, then it defeats the purpose. So scalability and viability of that. And I think secondly, it's important to also touch a little bit on the journey. To say, if you look at our pathway, whilst we would like to achieve at least having our fuel cell trucks on the road, that would happen around 2026, Zanele, in terms of the time frame. And again, continue to work backwards. Our starting point was to look at the combustion engine first, because I think we looked at, it was important that we have proof of concept, because I think many of us talk about these projects and we actually don't have enough proof of concept before we actually scale up. So where we are is obviously going through the proof of concept now, which is piloting, and then scaling up, looking at the efficiencies, then green hydrogen, after green hydrogen fully, then moving on to fuel cells. And of course, Zanele, you'll remember, when we started this current conceptualized this corridor project, we actually looked at what you have been doing as Bambili, Anglo and Sasol, and we then engaged with Bambili to say, you guys then can come and take over the fuel cell process when we are done with the green hydrogen. But I think what's important to at least mention is that we decided to choose the N7 corridor. I know you guys have been focusing on the other side. We felt it's important that as a country, looking at what Europe is doing, we have a few green corridors, and looking at the numbers and the volumes do stack up, because you already have 2,500 trucks, as I said, that are already existing. So for us, it was to start looking at the numbers that exist and then piggyback from that. And as I think I've defined it as well earlier on, to say, for us, it was also looking at the primary objective of why we're in business. As RRS, we have been in transport and logistics for quite a while, in Swaziland, Lesotho, Botswana, and Namibia, which is why if you look at our project, it's a cross-border project, because it was important that we look at a regional approach, because as I said, if we are going to scale up, that regional approach is quite important. And I'm sure many of you have been seeing the prominence of Namibia, and as you saw yesterday, why Minister Tom is around, why James is around. So we've been putting in quite a bit of work ensuring that that integrated approach is actually there, it's embedded up front. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to turn it over now to Prakashim to share with us the answering of the following question, which is that Anglo American has been working on hydrogen mobility solutions for a while now, as you told us in your introduction. Please, could you expand on your activities and your progress to date?
Thank you, Zanele. I think Anglo American Platinum has been investing in hydrogen technologies for many years. In 2008, we ended up spinning off some of these investments into AP Ventures, and I think with the PIC, we each invested 100 million, allowing for a platform of technologies to be brought together. That platform, AP Ventures, has now $400 million under control. So really growing, and it's the intent around that is to bring together technologies that support the hydrogen economy, including mobility. And I think since the launch, some 500 PGM opportunities have been discovered, and I think investments in 24 PGM containing opportunities. So I think in keeping with our demand, the opportunity. I think talking to proof of concept, I think we launched last year the first proof of concept in South Africa, the zero emissions haulage solution, our hydrogen fuel haul truck, a 500-ton haul truck prototype at Mogalakwena, and really a partnership with First Mode in trying to get us to part of our decarbonization strategy, the highest carbon emissions on site being our haul trucks. And it was a great opportunity to put into practice this proof of concept towards being able to create the kits that will be required. I think, again, a first mover where some of the OEMs didn't want to that leap of faith, and we looked at trying to step into that space and allow for that opportunity. As of May this year, the truck has done more than 1,200 hours, went through a full payload capacity load, done the full operational requirement as part of the milestones for the first proof of concept, and we go into the next phase of testing. So in December last year, we confirmed the creation of our new gen system buying into First Mode as an entity. And I think together with First Mode, now we take on the next level. So building a factory in Seattle to produce the kits and moving the project into the next phase as we look at moving it from gaseous to liquid hydrogen to be able to get the duty we require out of the vehicle, and continuing at our Mogalakwena site to be able to look at the permitting, the hydrogen production, and the other elements that will make the conversion done once we get the kits to start the conversion process. I think we've also underway with projects outside of South Africa, and I think as Anton has mentioned, we launched last year H2 Moves Berlin, a project together with Toyota and leading German taxi company Safe Driver. The intention of that was to try and introduce fuel cell vehicles into green mobility and ecosystem. Berlin was ideal because it had the fueling stations. It gave us the opportunity to be able to trial it, and I think to date, more than 1 million kilometers, 100,000 trips, and really, I think 1 million kilometers 25 times around the earth. So really, I think a great opportunity of showing that an ecosystem can work. And I think the intent of that project is to move the ecosystem into where we have the opportunity of the hydrogen refueling points, because that's key, and moving it to probably cities in the US and probably into China where there is opportunity. I think we've launched this week, or yesterday actually, the BMW partnership with BMW and Sasol on the i5 vehicle, and they're again trying to bring a mobility system to South Africa. I think the role we play there is ensuring that we've got the PGM, the fuel cell opportunity, and allowing us, I think, jointly with Sasol as a producer of green hydrogen and the fueling stations, I think the vehicle coming out of BMW to try and build that ecosystem. We heard of the hydrogen corridor, so actively in the hydrogen corridor along the N1, N3, so from Polokwane all the way to Durban and on to Richards Bay, and that sort of Project Rainbow, as we've heard from Zanele, a strategic infrastructure project, and really trying to move to the next proof of concept, looking at the second phase or first phase of potential funding to allow us to look at transport mobility solutions in some of the biggest cities on that corridor. So I think the opportunities that we see are vast. The intent for us is to be able to look at trying to foster and create this ecosystem, allowing us then to bring and create the demand for our PGMs and our metals, and I think trying to ensure that you take the hydrogen from just being talked about, sitting on policy, sitting on frameworks, but into real proof of concept applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakashim. I'd like to turn to Beth. Beth, what type of research has been conducted to identify component manufacturing for local manufacturing opportunities?
Yeah, perfect. So as I alluded to earlier, NARCAM has taken a relatively technology agnostic approach, and that's been the same, though another acronym, apologies, ASCII, so the Automotive Supply Chain Competitiveness Initiative. It's a multi-stakeholder platform, so it's got NARCAM, it's got the Department of Trade, Industry, Competition, it's got all of the OEMs, and then it's also got NUMSA from a labor perspective. And about 2 or so years ago, we embarked on a study for access to technology, and there was no specified technology that we were interested in per se. It was more, let's look where localization opportunities sit and work from it from that direction. Coming out of the initial phase 1, 5 technologies were identified as high localization possibilities. Within that was fuel cells and tanks coming from it. From there, phase 2 was underway, and from that perspective, what we've established from the initial research study is that for sure from a localization perspective, in some senses, the fuel cell economy makes a lot of sense for South Africa. We've got a really rich PGM source. We've obviously got a lot of catalytic converter companies in our membership base, and in some senses, a direction in the industry going towards fuel cells might be good in terms of our existing capability. On terms of our existing capability, that was one of the key elements to determine what is actually localizable for us. So it's both in terms of what are your resources, what do we have available from a resource perspective, but then also from a capability. From that backing, we then determined, so effectively we've got already a couple of companies producing MEAs, fuel tanks as well. We've got multinationals who are investigating it, and we also have, I won't go into all the technical terms of it, but some of the composite materials that would be required for it are already produced in South Africa. There's a capability. It's just about scaling it from that perspective. This was primarily focused on passenger vehicles. That being said, for sure, scalability, I think Ipileng was talking about scalability. That's where, for sure, from our perspective, it comes into the heavy, medium trucks. And also trains is a critical thing. And I mean, if we get that right, that's not only unlocking, obviously, localization potential, but for a wider automotive perspective, we've got significant carbon regulations coming our ways. If we can get road transport to be carbon neutral, that's not only supporting localization, but it's also supporting our industry to continue to export to a lot of our main export destinations. So it's kind of a twofold approach, if I can call it that. Next steps, doing further research into it, so we've identified what the opportunities are. It's now going much more into detail into how do we actually bring that to, I guess, to reality, and what is the skills from a NARCAN perspective, how can we support the skills behind those technology adoptions.
Thank you, Beth. You get first prize for being the fastest. Over to you, Dina. The question that we would like to put to you is, what has the market response been on the BMW iX5 hydrogen? And what are the prospects for the South African market? Thank you.
Thanks, Zanele. I think important to state is that hydrogen is not a new technology for humanity. It's had its ups and downs over the years, but I think we all really do feel that it has the potential, given the state of our geopolitics and climate politics, to actually help us solve two issues. And one is the climate challenge that we have, and the other is the energy crisis that we have. And it also really, I mean, I know these are nice soundbites to say, but I really believe this. It has the ability to democratize mobility and energy across the globe. So the BMW Group has a long history of working with this technology in passenger vehicles. We actually have over 4 decades of experience. The first hydrogen vehicle we built was in 1984. And I think a significant milestone was achieved when at the World Earth Conference in Johannesburg, also a significant milestone political or environmental political event in history. We also showcased the world's first series-built hydrogen vehicle in 2002 in that Johannesburg World Earth Summit. These were all vehicles powered by liquid hydrogen in internal combustion engines, and I think we know, at least from a non-industrial perspective in a consumer product, how difficult that is to handle. So the next step came about when we launched our sub-brand BMW i in 2013, which was focused on electric mobility. We also wanted to make the car lighter, and we went into the world's first large-scale carbon fiber production process to produce those cars. And I think that's where the step came, and our shift was then with the iX5, with our technology partner Toyota, to move to fuel cell electric vehicles, and our contribution to that project is obviously the knowledge we've gained working with carbon fiber at industrial process level to make the tank smaller and to store the hydrogen in a gaseous form. The market response has been good. I think there's a lot of opportunity for cross-industry collaboration, as evidenced by Sasol, Anglo American, Platinum, and BMW Group South Africa's partnership. And our objective with the iX5 is to do something. Showcase, and I think that's the reality, that when you see a technology in action is the impact that we're hoping to achieve to grow this industry so we can get people to start believing in it. And I'm going to stop there. We'll see at the beginning of next year what the South African public response is to the car.
Beth, I've got bad news for you. I think you take second prize.
No, I didn't aim for first prize.
So I did warn my panelists that sitting on this panel had a health warning that I would be keeping a very tight timeline, and thank you for adhering to that as best as you could. I'd like now to turn the conversation, after you've heard I think a wonderful array of companies doing amazing things and organizations to really try and get fuel cell vehicles adopted and how we're trying to get it to a commercial scale. You've heard about how, as the themes of our conversation today, it's all about a scale-up game. It's all about collaboration. The technology has got tremendous potential, but there are these underlying factors that are required to really get it to market at scale. I'd like to open up the floor to all of you for questions, and I'd like to request that your questions are concise, to the point. If there's a specific person that you'd like to address that question to, that's also possible. So who gets first prize for going first? Are these the only 2 mics that we have? Okay. Yeah, maybe we share this on the floor. Thank you. Can you please provide the mic to the gentleman at the back who was first?
Hi everyone, this is Shania Batoy from Isondo Precious Metals. Question for Anton, Dina, and Audrey. What's your capacity to provide fuel cell electric vehicles into South Africa in the next year? So from the next year onwards. Thanks.
I should have stated that 1 question, 1 person, so we can get more questions included so that we can have a very broad, so you get an option of deciding who you want, the 1 person you want to answer that question for you.
A short question.
Choose a person.
Audrey.
Thank you. Audrey?
Okay, so our current capacity of fuel cell system right now is 10,000 per year, going 35,000 by 2025. In terms of vehicles, in this space, we're thinking collaborating with some of the locals. You know, we have been building quite some trucks with FAW, who also has a plant here in Port Elizabeth, and it's going very strong in this economy as well, so that is a likelihood. So we produce about 1,000 trucks with FAW in China this year. So next year, I think we can fulfill your demand.
Can you please provide a mic to Famida?
So I think Audrey actually answered my question.
Oh, she has.
The question to Audrey was going to be, because she didn't answer, you didn't give her time to answer it when she was presenting.
Okay.
Was what is collaboration with South Africa looking like?
Yes. You want to say more?
Yeah, 1 minute, please. Thank you. Okay, so one side is working with the local partners, obviously, you know, some of them are represented in this house. And the other side is, you know, bringing vehicles on the road. You need to have the entire value chain worked out all the way from where the molecule is coming from, who makes the hydrogen, transports the hydrogen, build the infrastructure, who builds their truck, who services the truck, who educates the driver, who do the after-sales service on the vehicle. So we have done all of that in order to get our first truck on the road. So in the past 6-7 years, as we were exploring this space, we do have some lesson learned. Who do we speak to? How are we getting there to be interested? How is the project even bankable? So these are experiences that we're very willing to share, in addition to bringing the hard copies of the systems, and some of that can be localized here, to final assembly, going all the way to the PGM, which is a very rich resource here. So I think there's a vast potential to look at how can we bring a project into being so that we can all learn some lessons locally here. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. There's a question on that side of the floor.
Hi, Lawrence Kluter from the Rebel Group. We're an advisory firm advising various governments on hydrogen policy and strategy. So I don't know exactly who to ask my question to, but I'll ask the question. So a lot of governments now are prioritizing heavy vehicle transport and in industrial use and so on, but you don't see a lot of passenger vehicle transport yet. We see the beautiful BMW there, and I would give a lot to have a Mirai. I haven't seen the Chinese vehicle, but I'm sure they're also very appealing. So I'm interested Toyota and BMW, you've been in this hydrogen passenger transport segment for a long time. And I understand there's short-term things and companies or suppliers go down, but do you fundamentally see a future for passenger vehicles, for light vehicles? Does it remain an option?
Dina?
So of course I can't speak for Anton and Toyota's on Toyota's behalf, but as the BMW Group, we definitely think that hydrogen has a space to play in the passenger market. We want to remain technology open. I think it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen in the future. That's one of the chief fundamental, aspects of being a human. We can't tell the future, and we want to remain technology open. I think the pace of battery electric vehicle and then also in our case fuel cell electric vehicle adoption will proceed at a different pace and in different ways around the world, but depending on geographies, depending on infrastructure, depending on governmental support, depending on the cultures of the countries involved, and we want to leave that up to our customers to decide. There are great benefits that come with having a hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle, namely that you can refuel the vehicle in the same amount of time that you can refuel a petrol or diesel engine vehicle. And especially in a country like South Africa with large distances and, infrastructural challenges, it could be something that makes sense here, but I think in other markets definitely. So we probably will be a small player. It will be driven by, if we look at the title of today's talk, I think Beth mentioned trains, but I think the heavy duty, long haul, long distance truck application is what will drive that, because their batteries don't really make sense.
Are there any other questions before we have another view?
Hi. Matthew Stevenson from Mintech. So durability has always been quite a major concern with fuel cells in general. So maybe directed to Anton. How have the Mirais been performing in comparison to battery electric vehicles in terms of their longevity? Are they achieving typical 5,000 hour target set by the USDOE or not quite? Thanks.
Thanks, Dino, for taking the easy question. So, to be honest with you, we haven't been exposed ourselves to long-range testing, nor have we seen any negative case information on hydrogen. What I understand from my academic friends is that hydrogen quality is a challenge on fuel cells that can have an impact on the fuel cell performance. So I think all things equal, you need to look at the contributing factors that might cause hydrogen not to, or fuel cell not to work well. But there hasn't been many cases that I've read. Maybe I'm reading the wrong type of information. But yeah, I think the biggest issue at the moment is not the reliability of the fuel cell. I think there's a bigger issue just with getting economies of scale to reduce cost of the hydrogen and the cost of the fuel cell. I think those are the main things that are causing the market not to adopt it as fast.
Thank you, Anton. Any further questions?
Hi, Franz Milan here from Savant. I've got a question to the panel, and maybe that ties on to Anton's last comment about affordability of green hydrogen in the use in transport. And I think my comment and my observation is, all these technologies are here, except that from a cost and economic feasibility point of view, we're still actually quite a long way away from actually being able to adopt green hydrogen in the transport sector. And maybe one should also be looking at maybe not going all the way straight to green hydrogen, but looking at alternatives in building up to a place where you can use green hydrogen. So use of turquoise hydrogen or other interim technologies before you get to green. Methane pyrolysis, sorry.
Who would like to take the question?
I think I'll take the question, but we're not a hydrogen producer, but talking, I think, on behalf of the partnership. I think yesterday when we launched, Sasol talked of 150 kgs production of green hydrogen already, scaling up to 450. The cost is not there. But the opportunity is that as you get scale and as you get these mobility networks, as you get transport, we'd get to the cost coming down. I think if you look at the increasing diesel price, and quite an interesting question was, what's the cost of green hydrogen subject to escalation, where in South Africa we see, oil and oil driving great prices. 67% of the cost coming from energy. If we drive green energy, we drive a more stable green hydrogen price. So I think for me, that's the big opportunity, that it will come, but again, there will be that transition. There is talk of, and you'll see in the market now of a transition to full green hydrogen and opportunities. I think Siemens have looked at, compressors running full, turbines running full, 100% conversion from diesel to hydrogen. So I think that opportunity is there. And as you get more applications, more users, you will sort of transition to that. So I think the price will come down. I think they talk of that fantastic $2 per kg. And I think some of the registration in the US drives that mark. And whether we see some, we'll understand where we get that pricing to.
I've been very well behaved up until this point. But your question does press buttons for me in the sense that I think that it's an open secret that most of Europe today, in their fuel cell vehicles that they use, they're using grey hydrogen. And the green hydrogen that they use is highly subsidized. So we, as South Africa, need to be very careful that we're not holding ourselves to a standard that is not in keeping with the reality of the situation around our economy. So I think we make this journey by taking one step at a time. And I think it's okay for us to start with grey and to use the myriad of colors that are available to us in order for us to get to economies of scale of using these vehicles. So I think that we need to chart progress in a way that is sustainable for us as a country. That's my 2 cents. Any further questions? We have a second question for an earlier one. Anybody else before I hand it over? Please go ahead.
Okay, it's Chanel again. So we will be running a hydrogen fuel cell project in Gauteng. And from your experience, I think, Dina, you're probably best positioned. From your experience with running fuel cell or hydrogen vehicles for more than 20 years, what's the critical success factors to make a project like that? We'd be running up to 300 vehicles, trucks and buses, typically. Critical success factors. Thanks, Dina.
I think we'll take a parallel out of us introducing electric vehicles into South Africa 10 years ago. It's to get all the actors together, and as Zanele mentioned, making that first step and proving that you can do something. I remember when we brought our first electric vehicles to South Africa 10 years ago, people thought we were crazy, and I'm sure the jury's out whether that was still the right decision, but I can tell you in 10 years what we've achieved. The BMW Group by far is the largest retailer of fully electric vehicles in South Africa now at a number of 51% of total market in South Africa and 62% of the premium market. And, we're pushing now 5% of our annual volumes in South Africa. So, that's within the space of a year. And critical success factors, I think, doing exactly what we did back then. We brought a demonstration fleet out. We got public sector, private sector actors to engage. We got customers to engage to show that the technology is real, and early collaboration, because there's a lot of challenges still for green hydrogen adoption. Standards in all sectors of the value chain. I think someone listed, Audrey, it was you, from the beginning right till the end. But you can't do that without something real in front of you, and we're at the early stage now.
Any further questions from the audience?
Maybe on your BMW that's down in the lobby, is it registered to drive on South African roads, and what did you go through to get that right?
So I think all our partners in the room will attest to that. We are in the process of getting them legally able to, because the vehicles are not homologated, and as you can see, it's not registered in South Africa. It still carries its German number plates. But, you know, positive discussions with the stakeholders, and you can only have those discussions if you have something real to trial out. So we in active engagements with both our commercial partners, but also you know, government and important stakeholders within the authority space to make that a reality before we operate that fleet next year.
Famida has a burning question over here.
My question is to Prakashim. Maybe if you can give us a view in terms of fuel cells and what it means for us as a country and for us as an industry. Thank you.
I think I mentioned one of our pillars is demand creation. And I think key for us on demand creation in the mobility space is the fuel cells and the PEM electrolyzers in the space of hydrogen production. But just, I think, contextualizing production of, or 10%, we say there's about 100 million units per year of vehicles sold, a move of 10% fuel cell electric vehicles, you know, based on the US DOE target loading of 0.125 grams per kilowatt, that creates potentially 5 million ounces of incremental PGM demand. Taking that into context, the combined Johnson Matthey's latest report for 2023, a combined platinum palladium is around 11 million ounces. So it's really giving you about 43% of where present demand is. So really significant for South Africa. We talk of 172,000 jobs in the PGM industry. So really it's around that, and that's why we in the space to make sure that there is the hydrogen economy growing, there is green mobility. Part of these collaborations is getting us there to really make it real. And I think significant is having this demonstrator on the road so that we can show that it can happen. I think just one last part for me while I've got the mic. I think interesting for me was that Lamar announced the 24-hour race 2026 will go hydrogen engine. So when you get it to that level, then you're going to get the development that's needed to get the performance and efficiency that you need for the future.
Thank you, Prakashim. I think we'll go with the last question. We need to wrap it up.
Thank you very much. Dina, you've mentioned EVs and you've been on the beat for 10 years. There have been some stop-start moments with the government. If the president was sitting in the room now and he said to you that he wants to see and do everything in his power to accelerate hydrogen cell-fuel vehicles, what are the 5 things that you would tell him that he needs to get, his government needs to get right? You can tell, I'll give you 6 if you want.
Okay.
I think what economies in the global north do very well is collaborate in the early stage. And we see that in the Chinese example most recently, but we also see that longer term with the Europeans and the Americans. So I think, as many speakers have spoken about, we need to get the price of green hydrogen down to that magical number of, between $1 to $2 per kilogram. I think policy enablement in the sense that, is already in place, The South African government was one of the first to move in the green hydrogen space. We always write good policies, and we're one of, around 40 countries to have a green hydrogen commercialization strategy, and that is to bring various industries together. Like we're also trying to do from a marketplace dynamics perspective, because we will need various industries, and that's the key thing with hydrogen. It combines many industries along the value chain. And I think that's all a government and a state can do. Other than we talk a lot about subsidies. Minister Makgopa yesterday mentioned the state needs to take the first loss. We'll see. I think it's too early to tell. Price of hydrogen, I'll give you 2 answers. Price of hydrogen and working closely with public and private sector actors to get standards, to get collaboration going in industries.
So that phone is reminding us that our time's up. Thank you very much. So for the audience, I'd like to thank you very much for coming through today and choosing our panel. To the panelists, thank you for being fabulous and informative, and wishing all of you a wonderful afternoon.
It is a quarter past 3. I will give it about a minute just in case anybody else comes in. I would ask that we get a bit closer so that we're able to hear the questions, or if you're going to ask questions, if you can be loud and enunciate, please. I learned that word the other day, enunciate. It sounds so cool. Alcohol. Good stiff gin and tonic right now would be very useful. Yeah, I know. Sorry?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Is the mic activated from the...
It's activated. No, I think it's active. So it's randomly off.
Hello, hello. Okay,
Yeah,
it's on all the time.
test, yes. Okay, so it's a quarter past 3. Welcome to our panel discussion around infrastructure. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Cami Patha. I'm the Chief Engineer of Research and Development at Transnet Engineering. Please don't ask me anything about Transnet's turnaround plan, the board, or anybody leaving. Those questions are completely not allowed. I will say it again, I'm the Chief Engineer, not the Chief Executive, okay? So let's get that straight. Our panel discussion today, as I said, is around infrastructure. Hydrogen as a case for change has, so when you think about change, you think about really 3 big buckets. Your drivers of change, your ability to change, and really your pace of change. And the drivers of change have really been established through the first Hydrogen Summit and today. And yesterday you would have heard a lot about the climate change issues, the energy issues, and even to a very large extent, the regulatory issues, and how those are going to drive the move towards hydrogen. But what we haven't spoken about are things like technology alignment, the pace of the change, and the ease of implementation, and more importantly, infrastructure replacement. So we all talk about the ports and hydrogen production, but we seem to be ignoring this really big elephant in the room called infrastructure. It's just not spoken about. I think it's really, we would like to, this panel really seeks to start talking about things around pipelines, railways, mobility from an infrastructure perspective. To that end, we have 3 panelists. They're supposed to have 5, but apparently, no. And it feels more like a waterside coffee chat because we've stacked the panel with Transnet people. And if there's anybody else from Transnet who would like to sit in, we're more than willing to accept you. We've got Takir Ahmed, who's from TNPA. He's the head of their research division for the ports. We've got Russell Bradbrook. He is the head of projects at Transnet Pipelines. And the lone non-Transnetter on the panel. We should just employ you. Did you belong to TFR at some stage?
I'm at CSR.
Yeah, okay, CSR says Paul. The art is close. So yes. So they will. So that is really our panel today, and we're going to be having, I'm hoping, what will feel more like a chat rather than a very formal discussion. So let's get going. I'm going to start with Russell. So Russell, there's a great deal of talk about the pipelines and how we enable hydrogen from an infrastructure perspective. Considering where Transnet is right now, and the commodities that we support. Can you talk to us about the transition towards being able to support hydrogen and how we could possibly get there?
All right. Thanks very much. So if we look at Transnet at the moment, in terms of the products that we are pumping, our primary products are petrol, diesel, and jet fuel. We also pump crude oil to Natref refinery, and that is our liquid pipeline system. We've got basically a terminal down in Durban that is supplying pipeline network through multiple depots, that the infrastructure extends essentially from Durban up to Heidelberg. It used to go through to Sasolburg area with the old DJP pipeline that has been decommissioned. And from there, it networks out to go into different places in Mpumalanga, through Gauteng. So that's the main infrastructure for that. The crude oil pipeline is a dedicated pipeline from Durban through to Sasolburg for the Natref refinery. The only gas pipeline that we've got is our Lily pipeline that runs from Secunda down to past Richards Bay, and it ends at Durban. That's running methane-rich gas, which Sasol is supplying. So that's our infrastructure network. It's about 3,800 kilometers of pipelines. With pipelines, some of them are small as 6-inch, up to our biggest pipeline, which is the NMPP running from Durban to Heidelberg, which is a 24-inch pipeline. The infrastructure associated with that. Now, if you look at this transition, for us, we see our first transition is more to get into the LNG market. So what we're working on at the moment is the Richards Bay, TMPA is doing a project to put a terminal in at Richards Bay. Whoever wins that project, the intention then it will tie into our Lily pipeline, and we're looking at what's doing reversing that pipeline such that we can send gas and split it to send it up to Secunda in the one leg, and send down in the other leg to Durban. So, and that work. If, for instance, we are looking at things like if there's, like say, Avon and their peaking power station comes in, then we'll have to put compressor stations in as well, which will be a significant spend. Now, the move to, let's call it, to green hydrogen, and as we're seeing it at the moment, is we're expecting that to be green ammonia and potentially green methanol. Now, this morning people were talking about, is there is the green ammonia going to be on the west coast, if you will call it, and potentially is the green methanol going to be the east coast? We'll have to see how that pans out. But in terms of, let's take tankage infrastructure. Now, if you look at ammonia, green ammonia tanks, the reality of that is that for green ammonia, you need refrigerated tanks. Now, ours are not refrigerated tanks, so you're going to be running those around at about minus 40 degrees C. Due to the toxicity of ammonia and methanol, you need double-wall tanks. Ours are single-wall tanks that we are putting the infrastructure in. Our tank designs that we're doing for our products at the moment are API 650, American standards. For these type of products, you will be using an API 620 tank. In terms of building infrastructure now to meet that green, say, ammonia infrastructure, the estimates at the moment would be those tanks would probably be 3 times the cost of the API 650s that we're putting in. And not knowing the exact time frame that these are coming, I can't justify it. So, and I don't see it as being a problem with those tanks because we'll be able to put other products in them later. So it would make more sense to understand that kind of tankage we will do in the future when needed and what demand is. Now, the transition is an interesting thing because people are almost seeing this transition of going from, let's call it, I'll call it a white product slate that we've got at the moment, to the green ammonia and using the same infrastructure. I think we've got to be realistic that predictions at the moment is that let's call it the petrol, diesel, jet fuel demand is actually not going to peak at 2032 that people were talking about pre-COVID. It's the latest predictions are it's going to peak somewhere around about 2038. So you're going to still need infrastructure. If we want to be pushing green, call it green ammonia and stuff, we actually got to realize that how I see it is, we're going to need 3 lots of infrastructure in place at the same time. We are going to have in this country that we'll be dealing with, we will be dealing with our white products, we will be dealing with, let's call it LNG, because as that grey transition, and we will be dealing with green ammonia. So the piping, we can start looking at how we potentially transition that. But things like the tank farms, be it the pumping systems and whatever, we are going to look that we're going to have to build more infrastructure to transition it. And what we maybe need to look at is, if you look at some of the pipelines, is that we maybe have to build some smaller pipelines for the transition, and then later work out a plan of how you flick over between different products to put, let's say, the white products in the smaller pipeline, if you call it, and then and let's say the ammonia in it. The other challenge that we've got as well, if you look at how we operate as pipelines, all of our stuff is essentially import. If you actually look at how we're operating, all our stuff is coming from either the coast or wherever, but it's essentially inland. Going forward, if we look at the transition that's happening, the issue coming about is we're actually going to then start doing exporting of fuel. So we'll be sending pipelines. So it is a change. We are we're trying to get our head around it, but we are whenever we're building infrastructure now, we're trying to look at, can we reuse this, or if we can't, how are we going to sweat that asset through its life cycle? I think.
Thank you, Russell. So it's just obvious. I will deal with the 3 panelists, and then we'll come to questions from the audience. So it's obvious that there's a lot that will happen in terms of the infrastructure and the change, and obviously Transnet has to position itself for that change. But I think you've led me quite nicely to Takir. Russell spoke about the port at the Richards Bay terminal and how there's an entry into the energy market. So I want to know from you, how do we use the existing port infrastructure to enable the process of adapting technology for mobility? So the ports is being used from a export perspective, we see the production happening there, but how can we leverage port infrastructure to actually get us to the point that it enables mobility?
Okay, thanks, Kemi. So if you look at ports now, we've got a lot of existing oil infrastructure at Durban, Richards Bay, and so there's potential to try and reuse that. So as Russell indicated, just to sweat those assets. One thing that we mentioned, at one of the sessions early on this morning was that there's a potential now, because now hydrogen is so versatile, you could create now what we call a drop-in fuel or drop-in product. So meaning that, as we then move forward with green ammonia, green methanol, looking at these products, your existing products can still be maintained. And I think that becomes quite key and critical, especially for a country like South Africa and the continent of Africa as a whole. If you look at now the 2030, 2040, 2050 targets, in my opinion, these are more European based, maybe even Japanese based. I think for them, they've got the funds to become net zero. As Africa, I don't think we can afford to. We are still a developing continent. So, and we still got a lot of, carbon resources. So can we use them in a much more greener way through recapturing the carbon and whatnot? So again, the existing infrastructure that we have, to make use of that, in terms of the drop-in fuels and whatnot. So just an opinion that I have. If you look at now the ports, now we also then we need to develop the ports according to our port development framework plans. And the process to try and change them it's quite straightforward, but it's also quite lengthy. You go through a whole long, public participation process to change it. So these, this is one thing that we need to put into place once we've identified, what infrastructure to put away. But be that as it may, if you look at the current, published PDFPs, we have already set aside areas for bulk liquid. The bulk liquids are there. We've already got, areas set aside and identified for bulk liquid terminals and berths. So wherever these berths are going to be the same berths we'll use for green fuels and whatnot. So it's just that's how you would then, one, in terms of developing the plans allow for bulk liquids. Your ammonia and methanol falls under the definition of bulk liquids. So the planning is there, and the existing infrastructure can then be repurposed for that in terms of now ports. Now, obviously, on the pipelines is a bit different, because now Russell mentioned that it's not the same kind of product. So there you might need to maybe refurbish, and wherever you can try and reuse existing assets, then we will do so. But in terms of port infrastructure, at least a berth is a berth. We can use the berth as it is. We do have one or two single point moors out there. We might need to maybe replace the pipeline, but the facility is out in the water. So there's different options that we can look at reusing existing facilities.
That's good to hear, Takir. So the lone non-Transnet voice on this particular panel, Paul, what strategic planning has been done to support infrastructure and environmental planning for hydrogen?
Okay, thank you. I've actually in response to that, I've put together a few slides as well, because
awesome.
I think, can we switch to the slideshow? Thanks. Yeah, because a lot of the readiness and preparation for green hydrogen, it's about linear developments like pipelines, transmission lines, water, and a big part of that requires environmental planning. And so what I'm going to just give you a quick overview is what environmental planning has been done in South Africa for this new infrastructure that's going to be required for green hydrogen. And this, okay, well, it's so like there's three broad questions, and we can unpack these in the discussion as well. I mean, the first question is what I'm mainly going to speak to is what environmental planning has been done or is underway to support infrastructure, in particular the linear infrastructure for green hydrogen development in South Africa. And then the next two bullets we can discuss as a group, like how can this existing planning be adapted or improved for green hydrogen, and how can the mandates and skills of the public and private sectors be optimized to improve infrastructure readiness. Okay, so just quickly, and I won't go through all the detail, but just the broader context in South Africa, for those of you who are not from South Africa, we've had a program of strategic environmental assessments over the last 10 years, and that has been around planning proactively where are the areas where you can go ahead with renewable energy or with power line, transmission lines, which have the least risk or the lowest risk to the environment. And in a sense then, how can you avoid the most sensitive areas when you go about your developments? And this is a way of de-risking your project for the lenders, and it's consistent with things like the IFC safeguards. So this is good environmental planning practice to proactively look at where should one be trying to encourage development in the least sensitive areas. But it does not stop a developer from going anywhere else. It just means that if they go anywhere else, they've got to assess their projects more thoroughly, and there's a bit more of a risk. And then the last bullet is the key to what has been done in South Africa with all those names up at the top there, the Department of Environment, Transnet, IGAS, Mineral, DMRE, all of them. The key result is that the studies have been gazetted. So in South African terms, that means converted to legislation by the Minister of Environment, so they have legal standing. Okay, so what strategic planning has been done to support infrastructure readiness for green hydrogen? So what we've heard already in the opening yesterday, what we have the renewable energy development zones, where we've pre-assessed the impact of wind and solar PV projects that would be needed to support, would provide green energy into the green hydrogen projects. And in those areas, you have a streamlined environmental assessment process. And then secondly, what we've also done over the last couple of years is the strategic transmission corridors around the country for developing the high voltage power lines. And we've also developed some templates to facilitate those assessments. So there's also then a pre-assessment around how you can build transmission lines to minimize impacts and avoid the most sensitive areas. And then what's in progress now is we're also expanding the renewable energy development zones, particularly around the areas where coal power stations are closing down, and where you have infrastructure or plan to close down, and you have electrical grid infrastructure available. We're looking at how can those areas potentially be used to support large-scale wind and solar PV development in a responsible way. And we launched that SEA earlier this month in Pretoria. So that's the map of the planning that has all been completed and gazetted in South Africa. And you can see there those various renewable energy development zones around the country, and there are those power line, or what they call strategic transmission corridors, connecting. So that's the so in those areas, to establish new infrastructure in support of green hydrogen, there is this pre-assessment. Okay, so let's move on from that. Okay, there's one other outcome which I wanted to mention from that, is that from all of that, we've done wall-to-wall environmental mapping of South Africa around the environmental sensitivity, and that's been converted into a screening tool by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And so now that information is also available if you're looking at the potential to develop wind or solar in support of your green hydrogen project. And one of the outcomes of this is that the transmission, or part of the reason for this, is to reduce the timeline for these linear developments. And we are finding in South Africa to do an environmental assessment for a transmission line was taking 6 to 7 years. It was taking Eskom 6 to 7 years to do that in the lack of a strategic planning process. And there are some people in the room who've been involved in that kind of thing. And it's, so this part of these SEAs is to try and streamline that and bring it down to like a 1-year process for the environmental impact assessment. So then the question is more moving on then to gas pipelines and readiness for gas pipelines. And I think I'm just going to skim through those points. It's a bit long otherwise. But we have completed this strategic environmental assessment for a gas pipeline network in South Africa. We completed that in October 2019, and the logos at the bottom there are the lead stakeholders who were involved from Department of Energy, Department of Environment, Public Enterprises. It was then CSR did the project management and coordinated the project. The National Biodiversity Institute, Eskom, Transnet, and IGAS were all part of the leadership team. And I'll show you a map of what came out of those corridors. But essentially, in those corridors, they're 100 kilometers wide. We've pre-assessed all the environmental sensitivities in those corridors and mapped it all out, and come up with a streamlined approach of doing environmental assessment for new pipelines, for new underground pipelines in those corridors. And that was gazetted into legislation in April 2021. And so essentially it requires that you do a basic assessment for your pipelines, not a full EIA. So as part of how the process has been streamlined based on this pre-assessment in the SEA. Okay, that you won't be able to read, but that was just the method. We started nationally, we narrowed it down, and we did a big geospatial analysis with all those stakeholders involved from public and private sector, and we ended up with a corridor map. And and on the left-hand side, you can see the kind of inputs that were put forward for the corridors. So that corridor map is obviously, that reflects what was on the table when we started this process in 2017. So that is quite a long time ago, and a lot has happened, and I mean the whole green hydrogen topic has kind of emerged more since then. But you can see in that area, which particularly covers the coastal areas and then the link through to Gauteng from Richards Bay, those areas now would all have a more streamlined and rapid environmental assessment process for pipelines. Okay, that's just the gazetting. The gazetting, how it happens in South Africa with the Minister of Environment gazettes something into legislation. And then my last slide or two then, so how can we update that? So this SEA was done for natural gas, but the gazetting doesn't say what type of gas. Essentially, the construction phase impacts would be the same whether you're building a pipeline for natural gas or hydrogen. So I don't think it's a big problem to update or adapt the existing SEA and the gazetting process to rerun that. But the operations phase might be different because the risks associated with hydrogen might be quite different to natural gas. So we'd have to look at that. So the question on the table then is that fourth bullet of how can we update that? And then moving on to the other points for discussion, which is for everyone to contribute to, is, how does one then update that planning, what was in that map, for new ideas like a hydrogen valley or Namibian corridor or gas finds at Secunda or gas finds off Agulhas? What about other pipelines? What about water pipelines to move water to an electrolyzer? And there's questions of whether you should move the renewable energy source to your electrolysis site or whether you should move the electricity to the water source, and those kind of questions can come into the discussion. And then my last point, which I think we can also debate, is just how the mandates and skills of the public and private sectors can be optimized to just improve this infrastructure readiness, and what learning have we got on that. So thank you, and thanks for letting me just resort to an old-fashioned presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. That is the reason that we have him, so that he gave some, let's say, objectiveness to our panel. I'm going to open up the floor for discussion. I know there was a gentleman who, when Russell started talking, he put his hand up. So he was eager and ready. So if we can get a mic to, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm Walter Venter. I'm from NEDA, as you can see on my shirt. Thank you for the discussions up there, very interesting and a nice overview. Russell, just a question to you, please. So maybe it's an obvious answer, maybe not. You spoke about ammonia and methanol as the mode of transport. Of course, there's cost involved in transforming it to ammonia and getting it back to hydrogen. You haven't spoken about the option of transporting hydrogen in its pure form. Would you mind just giving some feedback from your perspective on that?
So it obviously is an option. And in terms of it, I think the one thing from a country perspective, I think people need to actually understand, if we look at things like fuel theft, so on our liquid pipelines, and we have a lot of challenges with people trying to steal fuel. Sometimes they actually hit the gas pipeline trying to steal there. So if we're going to do a long distance hydrogen pipeline, I have a lot of concerns about that. In terms of because just warning people away from it and saying it's hydrogen and whatever is not going to. So it is a potential thing, but I think it will bring massive risks if we look at that, because obviously if you try and hot tap that and you get it wrong, you really destroy masses of infrastructure and deaths in the area and whatever. So I think it is a challenge. So it's not that it's not an option, but I think it would bring huge risks.
I think Takir also would like to respond.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just around liquid hydrogen. If I can just give some comments on that one, it's a topic that we also touched on during our research. So the problem with liquefying hydrogen, it's an extreme effort to liquefy the product. You can liquefy it. I mean, you've got NASA that's been doing it for generations, but I mean they use it for specific application. But commercially, it doesn't make sense. It's just too expensive, and you've also got what you call boil off. Trying to keep the product, so you've got a better boil off. I think something about 5% a day or so. But meaning that by the time you get to your in destination, most of your hydrogen will be gone, depending on how far you go. So there's different forms that you can transport hydrogen. So answering the question or looking at the options now, the question of practicality comes up in terms of where you're transporting. So there's different options and different advantages depending on the distance. So if you're going to transport hydrogen within a city, then it makes sense to liquefy it. Then you've got a bit of a case. As a gas pipeline within a city, there's obviously another option, compressed. If you're going to, let's say we don't have the theft on the pipelines or whatever, in a perfect world, transporting hydrogen from one city to another city within the South African context, in a pipeline, it makes more sense. It's again in terms of cost and practicality. Then you don't have to worry about with ammonia and methanol having to break it up again and crack it back open again. So within the South African context, that would make sense. So country to country, a hydrogen pipeline would also make sense. What you find now between Morocco and Spain, or Morocco and Tunisia and Italy, in those areas, they're considering a underwater pipeline. So at those distances, it would make sense. For us to be cost effective to export our hydrogen, the best bet would be as ammonia and methanol. So the long distance. So the more longer distance you go, it makes much more sense. Because quite interesting fact they came across. So I'm a civil engineer by trade. I'm not a chemical engineer, but I've learned quite a bit over the years. So maybe the chemical engineers can vouch me for this as well. So what they say is that ammonia is a better hydrogen carrier of hydrogen than hydrogen itself. Quite strange. There's another form called metal hydrides. They can even pack hydrogen even more denser into a metal hydride and export it. So there's different options. So coming back to now exporting is ammonia and methanol. So what you find, our sister ports like Rotterdam and Hamburg, who are wanting to import in hydrogen, they are looking at plans to import it as ammonia and methanol, and they are more than happy and willing to crack it back into hydrogen again. So the effort to crack it back and the cost, they're more than happy to absorb that. So for them, it makes economic sense. So just a better context in terms of the different forms that you can then export or just transport hydrogen. Thanks.
Thank you. This gentleman will be
Sorry, just to carry on, the other issue is, of course, if you're doing liquid hydrogen, it's going to be cryogenics. And you think about it, liquid hydrogen, it doesn't matter what pressure you do, it's going to boil at minus 240. So you've got to be below minus 240 degrees C. How are you going to do that? Over long distance. It's not feasible.
We'll keep this.
Hi, Thomas Ruiz, CSIR. I appreciate we're all fiddling in the dark here a little bit. I understand KfW is assisting Transnet in a study on pipeline infrastructure. There is a pipeline stroke logistics infrastructure process being done by CSIR and partners, funded by GIZ. That study will be made publicly available, specifically for the hydrogen economy. The tricky part really is determining what are we going to move, and from where to where and why. Completely personally, I'm not sure why you would want to move ammonia. I would see that as largely a local molecule, that you're making it at Secunda, Sasolburg anyway. Omnia has a plant there. They're going to green that. That sort of makes sense. You're going to be making it at or near the ports for export. I can get that. And for long distance shipping, very efficient way of transporting it, 100%. Between cities, we can imagine that there is a political incentive to bring down hydrogen from Namibia. Hot ingress by non-approved actors, I can understand that can be exciting, and I know that in the Nigeria Delta, the excitement happens regularly. I can't comment on that. But gaseous hydrogen would make most sense for me at an engineering level. I can't speak about the security level. At least maps onto the European experience for the European hydrogen backbone. It might not be limited to to hydrogen. We might have CO2 pipelines going the other way in the same servitude. Takia speaks about drop-in fuels. You would want to do that where you've got Fischer-Tropsch facilities. The CO2 tends not to be where that is. Either you move the CO2 as a gas, or you move it as a carbon carrier, maybe torrefied biomass or something. But the location of potential pipelines is going to be part of an ongoing study. At least within our study, we're not claiming it to be the definitive or the be-all, the end-all, and obviously we would invite Transnet to be part of that stakeholder group.
Thank you, Thomas. Did you expect an answer, or was that a statement?
I was just nervous about moving ammonia long distance by pipeline.
Okay.
Technically, I'm sure it's possible. I would prefer moving gas. You raise a valid concern. I don't have an answer for that, and that's probably a South African-specific question we need to address.
Yes. Okay, so the gentleman over there, so the lady would help us. Thank you so much.
Hi, Sean Johnston. Paul, this is for you. Have you started making recommendations to the Minister of Environmental Affairs on the proposed amendments to include hydrogen as part of that SE, the study that you've done, and what is the time frame to get that done?
No, we haven't raised that, and it's almost like this summit has been almost triggered the question of actually should we now look at adapting that study and that strategic environmental assessment. So it would be something that would have to start kind of afresh.
Okay, so it's starting to get hot in the room. The gentleman over there and the ladies over here.
Thank you very much. Innocent Ngura from Namibia. I'm just curious because I assume this is also being looked at within the context of basically having that corridor pipeline running from Namibia down to South Africa. Whether you are aware of any movement on the Namibian side, and I'm ashamed to ask this question here because we haven't heard anything back home. Whether there's any movement on the Namibian side in terms of conducting a similar study, because what we've seen so far is bits and pieces of EIAs for wind, solar, and stuff, but there's no strategic environmental assessment. Yeah, thank you very much.
So yes, we're aware of lots happening on the Namibian side, and it's very exciting and interesting. I'm not aware of any strategic sort of environmental assessment happening for that southern Namibia development area where Hyphen are developing. It would lend itself to, the situation would lend itself to conducting a strategic environmental assessment of the green hydrogen developments in southern Namibia, in the Dolphin and what's the other concession? The two concession areas. Yes, yeah. Because that very area is so sensitive and it's got such a delicate biodiversity, and the IFC safeguard requirements will be applied by the lenders, and they will want to know how have you, from the outset, tried to avoid impacts on biodiversity in the national park. So as far as I know, there hasn't been any of that sort of level of strategic planning, which would have to come out of the MET or the national government, but I mean, certainly it would lend itself to that.
Thank you, guys. My name is Cynthia, Head of Environmental Affairs in the Eastern Cape, one of the Capes that signed the MOU. So my question, it goes to Paul. I'm just feeling sorry for the Transnet guys. I worked there for 8 years. I don't want anything to do with Transnet issues there. So the fuel theft and all those things, TFR issues, yeah, traumatizing at this moment. But Paul, I just wanted to find out from to what extent were the provincial departments part of the study, the strategic environmental assessments, and even our SEZ and our IDZ, KUHAS, and them, to what extent were they involved in part of the study, and if we can totally rely on the study now that is out and published. Thank you.
Okay. So Cynthia wanted to know to what extent the government departments such as played a role in the development of the plan.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, they're very well, okay, the funding for the strategic environmental assessment came from all those government departments, and then they're on what's called a steering committee, but then they're supported by, there's another whole group of industry representatives as well, like from SAWIA and SATVIA and from environmental NGOs, but the whole range of national and provincial government departments are part of these strategic environmental assessments, because it has to go to cabinet, and all the other ministers have to, before those national SEAs can get gazetted, the other ministers in cabinet have to endorse it.
So it did go through Mintec?
Did it go through Mintec?
Yes, yeah, and then the Minister of Environment has to get the support from the other ministers before it gets signed off. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Abigail Links. A question to Kir. TNPA runs a complementary port system, and just based on that, I've been wondering, have you guys classified your green hydrogen and its derivatives as a fuel or a chemical? I know you said liquid bulk, and the reason why I'm asking is how would that affect your ports that has been identified to handle green hydrogen? And would that actually be considered, or would you be industry-led in terms of which ports would be identified to handle that?
No, thanks, Abigail. So we haven't specifically confirmed or identified any port that will be handling green hydrogen. I think with the exception of Bochubai, that's been set up for hydrogen, has been published and whatnot. Okay, so at least under the definition of bulk liquid, fuels and chemicals falls under that. So ammonia, methanol can be both fuel or a bulk liquid. Sorry, chemical. So, and I see Thomas was laughing over because he knows the question. It always comes up at all these conferences, and it's in our different technical working group. We've been asking for the definition to be altered, because right now technically speaking, ammonia and methanol is a chemical. The notion of using it as a fuel, as much as it's been around for decades that you can use it as a fuel, it's just never been used as a fuel. Now that moving towards that side, what you find, like I mentioned in my panel earlier on, is that in terms of regulation and legislation, we don't have that set yet. And it's not only us locally in South Africa, it's internationally as well. That's something that still needs to be firmed up and decided on. So as much as we are all moving towards, using it in shipping and wherever else might use it as a fuel, this regulation, legislation, to define it as a fuel still needs to be sorted out. So in terms of that, hence as the safe term is bulk liquid, because bulk liquid covers both fuels and chemicals. So and what I mentioned earlier on is that at least what we have done in the ports is we've already identified areas for bulk liquid, and that can be for anything, can be for fuels, can be for chemicals. So at least in terms of planning, we have areas set aside for this. So it's not something we have to now go back to the drawing board and decide now where in the port are we going to place this thing. We haven't thought of it yet, so it is there. But the final detailed planning will be more than in terms of what you place where. In terms of then what are we going to be exporting where, so we've identified the industrial ports as first line ports, and that's mainly because now you need to take into account the risk of the safety with ammonia, specifically because ammonia is toxic. You'd rather have these products in ports that are far from residential areas. So the four industrial, or the industrial ports of Saldanha, Ngqura, Richards Bay would probably be our first line ports. Other ports like Cape Town, Durban is going to be a bit more difficult because you're in residential areas already. Those ports are deeply embedded within cities. But be that as it may, we need to come down to a point of doing the science and technical studies to then identify what we do where. So part of that, the RFI that we are planning to launch in the next few months or so, to get that input from the industry in terms of, so again, it will be partly industry-led to identify what they want to do where. And based on that, then we see how do we then set up the different ports. Again, we are a complementary port system to make sure that we do it, equally within, all the areas. But having said that, what I also foresee myself is that I don't see why all the ports, besides maybe the city ports, can't handle these products. Because you need access to water for desalination. So ports are quite key to be developed into hubs where you can then create ammonia or methanol and then export them straight from the port. So we'll see now when the RFI comes back. Once we've done that and we've done further studies, then obviously from that together with there is a hydrogen strategy that we currently are busy developing. That's still, in planning stage on our side. And once, the time is right for us to then publish that or make an announcement, then we'll obviously then do so as well. Thanks.
So there's here, there, and then back to there, and then Tom. So there's 4 questions.
Garth van Horst from Westgrow. First thing, we are going to be advocating for a green hydrogen industry body in the same way as you have SAPIA for the oil industry, so that the industry can maybe talk as one voice instead of you talking to individual projects, as it were. I think that will be useful for the conversation and help to kind of aggregate issues and port issues and so on. So that's the one thing. The question I have is around two things: private sector involvement in the investments, in port infrastructure, in storage and handling infrastructure in particular, and then on the pace. So you would have sat in on some of the presentations during the last day or two, and you would have heard some of the people in the room talking about being operational, producing green hydrogen by 2026, 2027. Certainly in the Western Cape, those are some timelines people. But there are going to be environmental regulatory issues associated with that, as well as, of course, infrastructure. Any comments on those timelines and how or what government needs to do, or any of the agencies need to do to help fast track any of these kind of bottlenecks, as it were?
So would you like to direct that first to Paul or to Takir?
It's both, actually, because it's infrastructure and environmental.
Maybe I'll just start. So from the environmental planning point of view, the initiatives like these SEAs, which then lead to areas requiring a basic assessment instead of the full EIA, accelerate the environmental approval process. But I mean, but almost more proactively, they kind of try to de-risk the risk of non-approval, of having having the application refused, because you have the pre-assessment looking at the sensitivity of the areas, and as long as you avoid the most sensitive areas, your application has a much better chance of being approved. And then they've also, in these areas which have been pre-assessed, shortened the decision-making time by government from 107 days to 57 days. So that streamlines things. But now also the Department of the Environment now is trying to work out ways, or busy developing legislation where if you develop a transmission line for your project and it's in an area which is of low or medium sensitivity, you don't actually require environmental authorization anymore. You have to follow a standard. And as long as you follow the conditions in the standard, then your that will suffice in terms of the law. So that process is now being developed through the Department of Environmental Affairs, and they're going to be putting that out for public comment. So there are quite a few initiatives on the environmental assessment side to try and reduce the number of full impact assessments, which overloads the authorities and also creates long timelines for projects and uncertainties. And so there are a couple of initiatives there to try and streamline that. They don't all work out well the first time. Some of them are going through a second or third iteration.
Okay. So when it comes to development in the port, there's different models that can be used when it comes to getting private sector involved. So again, we are guided by the Ports Act as TNPA. So the Port Act, if you look at Section 56, that indicates that you need to run an open tender process for the development. So that's where now private industry will then come in. So the models that get built around it again can vary. You get sometimes what we call a boot model, where you get the private industry to build, own, operate, and then transfer at the end of the concession period. Or you might get one where we will then decide as a port authority to rather build infrastructure, what we call a common user, because what you want to try and avoid is you want to try and avoid giving a monopoly to one player. Especially, let's use, for example, like LNG. Maybe we decide to build a pipeline, and then we get a terminal or an operator to run it, and then you've got access for everyone. It's not a case that party A, I build it, I own it, and the other two want to come in and also use it, and I tell them, sorry, no, it's my pipeline. So I mean, those are things we want to try and avoid. As also, you also will start seeing that, and you would have seen the announcements of one or two of the container terminals being. We're going into a private partner, public partnership into some of the terminals. So it's something new that Transnet is looking into. So again, it depends on the business of the day, which model then we do use. So there isn't a specific, standard, but it just depends on the nature of the business. I just want to check if my colleague from group would want to maybe comment on this as well, just from a.
James Mpofu from Transnet Group as well, in the energy space. In terms of the timelines, I don't think we are, or we know around the timelines. We'll be guided by industry, because remember our mandate is to lower the cost of doing business. So we have to kind of make sure that we don't move in too early. I mean, we don't want to be building pipelines and you don't produce hydrogen, or you come up with something else. We also don't want to be too late, right? So we need to kind of monitor, which is why we're developing a strategy, to get a sense of what's happening out there. At what stage is this industry at, and how do we then position ourselves to be able to then come in to support the industry? So we really will be guided by the industry in terms of the timelines. And then on the private sector participation, Look, we have been looking at that in the last few years. We've even developed some policy guidelines around that. We are constrained from a financial perspective. I think it's public knowledge that Transnet doesn't have money to invest in infrastructure. So we rely on these partnerships to be able to then build some of these using the methodology such as your boot models and the likes. But yes, industry is going to be part of these processes as we go forward. Our green hydrogen strategy will most likely be finalized in the next month or so, and then it'll then give you an idea of what our thinking is. And then out of that, then we will develop detailed plans in terms of the studies that we need to take forward. Thanks.
Okay, so it's 4:10, and we didn't think that we'd have many people in the room, but it has grown. So we're into our last 3 questions. Gentleman there, I think you also wanted to ask a question? Nope, sorry. And the 2 over there. So Thomas and the gentleman at the back. That will be our last 3 questions. If anybody else, we're going once, we're going twice. Gone. Those would be our last 2 questions, and then we can wrap it up.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would just like to support Paul's point on the environmental components. I think still the amendment to the SEA needs to happen to include green hydrogen as soon as possible, and there needs to be a lobby to the Minister of Environmental Affairs to get that sorted, and then to have clarifications as well on the linear infrastructure. We're talking about gas infrastructure as Paul presented now, so that's a crucial component. We need to get that paperwork done and to enable the environment for these corridors or pipelines. The second part I wanted to ask was whose standards are we going to operate under within the Republic of South Africa or in the Western SADC region? Whose standards are we? We've got Transnet standards currently, but overall, once this goes national and international, whose operating standards are we going to utilize with the kinds of difficulties we experience on the white lines, of gas being stolen, petrol being stolen, flare-ups, and really environmental disasters. So how are we going to deal with that? Thanks, Madam.
Yeah. So, as I spoke about earlier, in terms of Transnet, in terms of our pipelines, I mean, our standards are very much based on American standards. So, in terms of the equipment infrastructure, it's a mix of API and ASME. But in terms of the pipelines, it's as transportation pipelines for liquids, it's ASME B31.4. So, and we use ASME B31.8 for gas pipelines. Yes, we have got, let's say, standards up and above that, but they're not you call it extensive, as people. They're not like, for instance, you would see in the Sasol standards where it's just mountains, for each equipment. It's not to that extent, but it is on the basis of the American standards. So if we were in partnership, which you described there, that we're going to, you must understand that our infrastructure at the moment is, let's say, is very Durban up to Gauteng and through to Mpumalanga based. We've got no pipelines in the Cape. Therefore, but it's not a case that we're not open to putting pipelines in the Cape. And therefore, because it's a new market, as a company, we're open to doing that in partnerships with a company, because it's not stealing away a market that we had. So, but I think it would depend on how that partnership is given. Obviously, if we had a lead partner that is taking a big thing and had significant experience in that, if they were going to use, let's say, European standards and stuff, we'd be open to it. But I think as a South African market, if you look at the hydrocarbon industry, it's very,
American standard based. I mean, in the past, yes, you had SAPREF that was using British standards, but that's pretty much, they relented even on that and started going American standards. So I think the danger is, if you start bringing in a whole load of other standards, you're going to get a scenario where where's the expertise in terms of those knowledges? So it's not that you can't, but it's a consideration.
I want to come in on the lady's question about fuel versus chemical, and so on. And I think that is fairly key. It's as bad as, for example, hydrogen at the moment is not yet regarded as a fuel. And I believe DMRE looks after this. DMRE has their own journey in hydrogen, and they have a process which I'm aware has begun. I'm not very close to that. I'd like to be closer to it, and I'm not, so that's it. But in the absence of hydrogen being a fuel, this is problematic for vehicles running on hydrogen in South Africa, because until it's a fuel, you can't do that. So that's just road transport. If you're on a mine, whatever happens inside the fence, that's fine. As long as the mine safety manager is happy, you're good. But if you're on a public road, that's another matter. So similarly, the chemicals versus fuels definitions, there is a standardization that is required. There's a process that I think needs to be followed. And I think different government departments are sort of getting there. We're not quite at an all-of-government approach yet.
There's the last question from the gentleman back. You passed through.
Good afternoon, everybody. I came here this evening just to hear Transnet because they're part of my roadway to exporting green ammonia from Saldanha. We have our land acquired in Hopefield, and we have land identified in the port. And our first issue is to get the power from Hopefield to Saldanha, and I'm delighted to hear that that may work on a simple, reach the standards in terms of what's required. In terms of standards, my experience over 20-odd years in South Africa is standards are very good and implemented, etc. So from a developer's perspective, we love standards. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to plan to. It's a known issue. It is the issue, for example, when we produce green ammonia in Saldanha and we have to get it onto a ship. Now, there sounds like there's half of the country between the line of the where we produce it and before we make it to the ship, right? So I want to meet with Transnet, understand that simple aspect, but can hold everything up. If there's a standard, if Transnet want to build it, or if Transnet want to do storage, we're all happy to share the load of how we get this done in business development. We don't need to own it. But if we have to own it, then we will. But we want a passageway so that we know what we have to do, the standard of what we have to do, because there's no use in it will hold up the entire project, that last small piece. But so I would say, give us standards, and we love to work to standards. Thank you.
Okay. No, thanks. Just in terms of now getting products into the port and business into the port. So when we do launch the RFI for hydrogen, then to participate in that, that will form the basis of what we then plan for the different ports. So we already understand that there is quite a bit of a demand at Saldanha. And what you might find then the next step post the RFI is to then put out a request for proposal. We'll then give an indication to say we want to handle X, Y, and Z facilities or products. And so we are looking for a developer to develop a terminal. And once that terminal operator is set up, then that will be the person that you will then liaise with to get your product out. So typically that's how ports are, or our ports are set up. Just if I can just also maybe give my 2 cents on standards. So just looking at more specifically now, the technical standards. And, because now we need to move towards the process of using ammonia, or hydrogen, or methanol as fuel. Now, the different components that make up, your fueling stations, the use in vehicles, or wherever it may be, Now, those standards are not in place yet, and it's something that not only us as SA we are grappling with. Internationally, everyone is grappling with that. We do have a SANS committee that's been set up locally. So at least SANS is starting to look at the standards for hydrogen or updating those standards that current standards that we do have. Internationally, we're also sitting on a few working groups, and there between Canada to Australia to Japan, everyone's using a lot of different standards. Where the American standards might be lacking, you might find that Germans might have something on it, so then you start using German standards. And where there's other standards that are lacking, the Japanese might have something, so you're also using Japanese standards. So in a specific component, for example, say if it's a refueling station, you'll find that you have American, British, European, German, and Japanese standards. It becomes quite a big mix, and then who do you use, who don't you use? To just use everyone. So that's also another question that's still being answered and needs to be sorted out. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to have to call it a day, unfortunately. It is now 4:20, and the train has been delayed, which is not unusual, unfortunately. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your participation and a robust discussion. I think that there are a lot of things that have come out, particularly for us as Transnet. And one of the parting thoughts that I have is how do we collaborate better as an industry? I think our biggest problem as a hydrogen community is that we are not a community. We are a group of people trying to make hydrogen happen in South Africa. And I think really that's what we're looking for, better collaboration. With that, if you're traveling, please travel safely. I have a 9 o'clock flight back to Johannesburg, so I don't think I'll be having dinner anytime soon. For the rest of you, if you're at home, love your families, be safe, and take care. Thank you.